Hello, 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 hello.
Very good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Am I audible to the online students? Am I audible to the last people? Right. So, how was the prelims? Right. So, here today, whatever the session that we have, what we are going to do today is something called as decode. Decode. Don't write anything. Just listen. Decode complete GS paper 3. What is the meaning of this word, decode GS paper 3? In this session, we are going to understand basically the most important is how to prepare and what to prepare. How to prepare and what to prepare about GS paper 3. Now, question is who should prepare? What to prepare? One is what to prepare. Second is who should prepare. Now, if you consider this prelims examination, and most of you might have given this examination, if any one of the student is scoring more than 80, then I definitely believe he should start the mains preparation. One. Secondly, the students who are scoring bit less with the different answer keys, but who are again, I mean for the next year, definitely should basically see this session. In this session, I will try to demystify all the myths around GS paper 3. Correct? Now, in this context, here today, by taking this objective of basically demystifying the GS paper 3, I will tell why is GS paper 3 and an issue for most of the, I would say, the students who are appearing for the mains. If you have seen the toppers mark sheet or the students in the last 2 to 3 years who have given the mains, in GS paper 3, what we understand is only one thing: students are stuck in 60s and 70s. Why are these scores low with respect to the other subjects? The reason is pretty simple: because of not understanding the demand of the examination. Now then comes the question, what is the demand of the examination and what are the issues in the preparation of GS paper 3? So we'll try to understand all these aspects in this session. What to do, how to do, right? In general, this will be helpful for all the aspirants who are giving this examination anytime. Is it clear? Now, by taking this into consideration, here with this objective, I will tell you what is the basic essentials or why. First reason is why the scores, why it is difficult to score in GS paper 3. In GS paper 3, I will tell you the reasons. Or in the other way, I can also say what is essential to score well in GS paper 3. What is required to score well in GS paper 3, and what are the mistakes that aspirants are doing, and why is that they are stuck in 60s and 70s. So this video is also for those aspirants who have written already the mains and who have basically scored less marks. Let me try to tell you why is what it. The first and the foremost important is basically the vastness of the syllabus. So today I have brought with me only two things. One is original UPSC papers of last 5 years, and second is syllabus. None other than that. So here, if you just try to understand, if you just see what I have done here, you'll understand that I do have only one thing with me today, that is आपका so called as syllabus, and this is something called as syllabus and basically all the PYQs. Is it clear? For example, today I will go into detail about something called as basically economy and internal security. Let me go about internal security. Similarly, if I show you about economy, if I just show you economy, if I also show you about the original papers. So today I am going to take the original papers 2024 downloaded from the UPSC 1. Second is basically 2023 paper original, 2022 paper original paper. Only on the basis of the original papers, I will tell you what is the myths and the misconception. I will try to decode. Whenever I am teaching, I will teach for all the 2013 till 24, but I will try to focus more upon the last 4 to 5 years. Okay. So now here, if you just try to understand UPSC and its official notification. So So this is the official notification of the UPSC. In this context, if you just see the page number 32 and the 30, what UPSC says is about something called as basically आपका, if you just see, it speaks about आपका so called as what are the basic components and the syllabus of the GS paper 3, right? By taking the cognizance of only these two documents, because we are having only two documents which are given by UPSC, that is none other than PYQs and syllabus. From this only we have to get the direction. So in this context, what is happening, I will tell you. In this context, the first and the foremost reason why the students score less is basically vastness of the syllabus. Vastness of the syllabus. Syllabus for GS paper 3 is very vast. When I say this, what I mean is very simple. It consists of 6 basic subjects. 6 subjects. Now understand, 6 subjects. And I will tell you the problem of these 6 subjects also. Economy. I will take agriculture. Agriculture. We are having something called as basically internal security. Internal security. 4th is environment and ecology. 5th, disaster management, and 6th is my science and technology, right? So all these 6 subjects, all these are the 6 subjects. Now, in all these 6 subjects, the problem here itself, the first and the foremost major problem is the syllabus is vast, and secondly, syllabus is open-ended. Open-ended syllabus. Second, generic nature of the syllabus, and interlinked to each other, and interlinkages between the syllabus topic, These are the basic 3 points about this. Let me try to elaborate upon each of this. If I take first subject, economy, it does have both of the things to be incorporated, that is conceptual knowledge. Concepts should be clear, plus analytical skills are essential about the issue, analytical skills which should be integrated with the current affairs, right? So these are the basic things that are required about any particular thing. What is required is these basic things, right? Economy mein. Now when I say the syllabus is open-ended, what I mean, let me take quote unquote exactly what UPSC says. For economy, I will just write and then I will show you. Basically, if we say Indian economy, I hope this font is visible. Just be patient for another 20-30 minutes, you will understand what I am trying to tell, all through the PYQs. Indian economy, the question is about, the topic says that Indian economy, issues related to, these are quote unquote exactly the words given by UPSC, issues related to planning, mobilization of the resources, growth, development, development, and inclusive growth, and basically employment, right? So I am underlining Indian economy issues related to basically so called as growth, development. Secondly, what they have mentioned is about inclusive growth. So that means inclusive growth, and this both the topics are interlinked to each other. Just be attentive. Similarly, this is also linked to something called as, UPSC mentions about government budgeting. These are all UPSC topics which I am writing up. Then what we are having is employment and associated issues. Quote unquote exactly the words written by the UPSC. Then what we are having, LPG reforms and effects of it. Right? And then what we have is something called as infrastructure, that is energy, roads, railways, etc., and investment models, which I mean FDI, FFI, PPP, BOT, etc. Now if you try to understand, when I am saying that this topic, vastness of the syllabus, I am speaking initially right now about what? Economy. When I am saying about economy, all these are the basic 6 words or 6 lines given by UPSC. First is issues related to inclusive growth or economic development, growth, etc. Now when I say that this topic, now in this topic, if you just try to understand the issues with respect to growth and development, the growth and the development terms are very generic. It can include everything under the sun. It can include everything under the sun, because growth and development is linked to LPG reforms post-era, LPG era. It is also linked to the different types of investment. Am I right? I hope you are understanding. Depend upon this only questions is asked. Is it clear? Now, in Indian economy, if you take the various sectors of economy, primary, secondary, tertiary, then, or if you try to understand government budgeting of India, how is that basically center state or the state finances are linked to each other? Matlab, what I am trying to tell is that all these types of economy, care economy, monetized economy, market economy, can they really achieve inclusive growth? Correct? Post LPG era, how has industry been affected? How is the industries affected? So industries can be a topic. So what I mean here, if I try to understand all these topics together, when I study this in silos. This is the first major mistake that aspirants do. They study basically the syllabus and the topics separately. But actually it should not be. Why and how? Let me explain. First, I will decode one topic. Indian economy. Let's be attentive. Indian economy, issues related to growth. कौन सा growth? Economic growth, comma, development, and I will also write something called as inclusive growth or inclusive development. So let us try to decode how the questions have been asked. First, I will tell you that how the questions are there from 2013 till 24. On which basis? On this basis. Just understand. If you just try to see this PDF of economy, first topic which it speaks about is something called as basically the PYQs related to only one topic, Indian economy and associated issues, planning, mobilization of resources, growth, development, right? Now, if you try to analyze all these questions, how the questions are asked, I will tell you. If you take randomly anything, first of all, you should know about basics of economy, sectors of economy, the types of economies. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? How is care economy, monetized economy affecting the economic growth? In India, most of the unemployment, this topic growth is linked to what? Unemployment, right? Is structural in nature. What are the challenges? Similar, if you just see computation methods. So only on the basis of this, all the questions of this respective topic, I am trying to decode. I will share this PDF. Don't worry. I am trying to decode how is this linked to each other. This is purely on the basis of all the questions which I am trying to show you. I hope you are understanding. So now when I am decoding this, two particular topics, one is something called as economic growth and development. So in UPSC, if you consider 2013 till 2024, on this topic how the questions are asked, let me try to decode. Economic growth, first what they have asked is basically example, measurement of GDP and changes in the methodology, which pre and post 2015, this was a question of 2016, how GDP is measured, what is the methodology, why it is changed. Matlab basic, correct? First point, economic growth ka. Secondly, they asked yet another important question on the basic, that is explain the meaning of something called as potential GDP. What is the meaning of what? Potential GDP, and what are the factors which are stopping India from realizing its original potential GDP? What is potential GDP? GDP you have to increase, but not at the cost of the inflation. Matlab ye dono questions are basics with respect to this one particular topic. Am I right? Thirdly, now they are linking this topic, economic growth, to something called as employment or any other thing. Let us try to understand how. Question was, explain how the labor productivity is affecting the economic growth. Are you understanding? Then What they are trying to ask is something like this. If you consider economic growth in India, we are saying that there is something called as jobless growth. Why there is jobless growth, etc., etc. Matlab, we have directly shifted from primary sector of economy to tertiary. What are the reasons? We have to analyze it. And because of that, what are the impacts, especially with respect to growth and employment? That means we need to analyze this issue. Are you understanding? These are all issues. Similarly, here one more major point with respect to economic growth from the basic economic aspect is savings rate. Example, they once asked about savings rate. These are all PYQs. What I am trying to tell, these are all PYQs. How is that savings rate of the Indian economy will stimulate the economic growth? How is it linked to banking and everything? All these things were asked by economy. That means economic growth is linked to various topics. So here I am writing topics which are linked to economic growth. That is something called as, let us try to understand. First, it is linked to employment. Second, they are asked how is it linked post LPG reforms. Getting the point? How that economic growth is linked to something called as inclusive growth. Matlab, question is not directly what is economic growth, what are the factors affecting, ऐसा नहीं आता है. This is what you prepare. This will never be asked. Question is, what is the trend of economic GDP? Now here, if you just try to understand, question tha trend of the economic growth in India. Indian economy, if you just try to understand, today also is good in a shape. Why good in a shape? Because GDP is increasing, but at a constant inflation. What is the reason for the increase in the GDP at the constant inflation? That means we are successful with respect to fiscal reforms and monetary policy also. We have to analyze this issue and we have to tell the trend. When I am telling the trend, I have to include various bar graphs and pie charts, 1947 to 1992, uske baad 2000 till basically आपका 2025. How is it changing? What is the trend? This is what is given in the economic survey. Matlab, I have to analyze it. Now when I consider the different sectors of economy, that is primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. So what UPSC has asked in the past about economic growth is mainly focusing upon secondary sector, and this secondary sector they are linked to the jobless growth. Why is that? In India MSMEs have failed. Why is that? MSMEs are important, they are labor intensive, and in this context which of the following policies government have brought iske liye for improving the secondary sector? Again, it means this topic is linked with employment, LPG, industrial growth, right, and inclusive growth, or I will say industries or industrial growth. Am I right? I hope you are understanding. Now again, I am just right now dealing with only one topic, guys, that is economic growth. Now when I consider Indian economy, I do understand Indian economy and economic growth are interrelated, where economic growth, we are having something called as different sectors of economy, primary, secondary and tertiary, where UPSC is focusing mainly today also upon secondary sector and how is it impacting the economic growth. Am I right? In this context, whenever the question is about the tertiary sector, what UPSC is asking, how is it linked to post LPG era? Tertiary sector and post LPG era. How has FDI, FFI improved in which sector, which state? This is what analysis we need. These are all questions, previous year questions. Here I am trying to tell that topic itself is so open-ended. This is what is the first major challenge. The topic itself is open-ended. They can link to other different points. Getting the point? So that means aspirant needs to study in a holistic way the different issues. Exactly same. When I am considering the economic growth, and let us try to understand different types of economies. If I consider different types of economies, that is none other than here, if I say something called as care economy, care economy. Second, market economy. Market economy. Third, monetized economy. Monetized economy. Then tell me, last year also this question is there. Tell me how with all these economies can achieve inclusive development and inclusive growth. Can India, which is a sovereign and socialist country, where most of the people are engaged in the primary sector and where per capita income is not too high and there is lot of inequality as per multiple reports like Global Inequality Index, etc. Can India achieve inclusive development under market economy, that is under capitalism? Is it suitable for India? You need to have analysis of it. Getting the point? Now when you are having analysis for it, market economy, you need to bring lot of basic things. Correct? When I am speaking about inclusive development and inclusive growth, I need to incorporate various points like basically something called as education, health, women, children, etc. Is it really impacting, for example, care economy? How is it impacting the economic growth? I hope you're understanding. So if you try to understand this one single topic which I have told, I will decode all the syllabus. But here I am trying to tell the first major problem with the student is when they see the syllabus, they will Google it, make use of ChatGPT, Indian planning economy dal do. It will not help. Why it will not help? Because questions are not asked like in that following way. These are all PYQs. So the first major challenge, as I mentioned earlier, is none other than vastness of the subject and open-ended syllabus. Open-ended syllabus, what I mean is that inclusive growth, inclusive development, भाई सब कुछ आता है उसके अंदर. Inclusive growth incorporate everything, jobless growth, LPGs, everything it can include. So मतलब topics are interlinked. One. Along with this, you need conceptual clarity, analytical abilities, and integration of the current affairs, which is rarely done. I will tell you how. For example, if this is a topic that we are discussing, in this what we saw? We saw सबसे पहला syllabus topic. What we saw is that syllabus topic, right? Understand this. Which was the topic? Topic was Indian economy issues, Indian economy and issues associated to planning, mobilization resources. On this topic, what we saw, on the basis of the PYQs, we understood the demand of the topic, right? We understood the demand of the topic. Now, depending upon this demand, I understood demand of the topic and what is required. Now, on the basis of PYQs, if I understanding the demand, then I have to integrate and I have to integrate current affairs. Integrate what? Current affairs. If I have to give an analogy here, for example, this topic was Indian economic growth. This is what we are discussing: growth, development and inclusive growth, right? These are the topics which are given. Now, these topics, as I mentioned earlier, the demand and the interlinkages, what I understood, integration, interlinkages of the other topics, subtopics like employment, LPG, correct? Inclusive growth, industries. This is what is basically the interlinkage of this respective topic. And depending upon that, I have to prepare because this is the demand of the examination. Now, I should also, on the basis of the past year questions, I should try to integrate the ongoing current issues. How? Let me try to tell you. If you try to understand the current affairs, integration of the current affairs. Now, मुझे integration किसका करना है? Current affair. कौन सा topic? Indian economic growth, comma, development. Then what I know is the following thing. In last 1.5 years, what has happened? I should know each and everything on the tip of the tongue. कैसे? For example, right now, earlier they asked us question about measurement of the GDP computation. Why it was changed? That is in 2015, change in the computational methodology. Again, the government this year wants to change something called as what? Anyone? Change base year for GDP computation. GDP computation from 2011-12 to 2020-22. Right? Now question वो नहीं आएगा, question आएगा why it is essential, what is the significance of it, and what potential impact it can have. Am I right? So when you are studying, first of all you should know what is GDP, how it is calculated, what is the present methodology, and what is the issues associated with it. Once you understand this, then only you can link this current affair with it. Am I right? Earlier they have asked one more basic question, what is the meaning of the potential GDP, what are its determinants, right, and what are the factors which are inhibiting Indian economy to reach its potential. In the similar concept, recent times mein another concept which is in news, that is about a new term called as GKDP. Anyone, what is this? What is this? Government is emphasizing. Anyone? Explain the term gross knowledge domestic product. Explain the meaning of gross knowledge domestic product and significance of it in the Indian economy. Full stop. Can it help to propulsive for propagating the employment in the Indian economy? Are you understanding? Matlab, what I'm trying to tell? I'm trying to tell you something called as current affairs, bacho. But how am I integrating this current affair? On the basis of the syllabus, PYQ and the demand of the examination. After understanding basics, getting the point. Similarly, the most important issue which is ongoing, for example, they have asked earlier something called as how can basically savings rate in Indian economy impact the Indian economy. Am I right? I will show all the PYQs. I hope you are understanding. In this context, they can also ask recently for the first time what happened. There is something called as in Indian economy liquidity deficit. Liquidity deficit. Why was there liquidity deficit in Indian economy? What are the factors for it? How it will impact the Indian economy? And why have RBI conducted OMOs, open market operations? So what I mean is that when you are studying this current affair, you study it individually. Correct? When you are studying this basic, you are studying it individually. Actually, preparation is not like that. Preparation should be in an integrated way where different topics of the syllabus are interlinked to each other. And that is why we should have in-depth understanding. This is what not I am trying to tell, this is what UPSC says on the basis of only one thing, that is PYQs. Is it clear? So the first challenge what the students are facing while I understand this is the open nature and lack of understanding of the demand of the examination. Open-ended and generic topics, you need conceptual clarity also, right? I hope you're understanding. Now, when I speak about the other syllabus points, I will take the other syllabus points also. Now, when the second, this is the first challenge, major challenge. Second challenge, along with the vastness of the subject, is GS-3 is misunderstood as what? Anyone? When I speak about GS paper 3, what is in your mind? Tell me. Economics, correct? At least she is honest, come on. Economics, which itself is a myth. Which itself is a myth. Why? Because if you analyze all the past 5-year papers, then what we understand is the following thing. First, if you consider subjects like economy, just be very attentive. Economy, if you consider the subjects like agriculture, if you consider subject like basically internal security, if you consider the subject like environment, if you consider the subject like science and technology, and last, disaster and disaster management. Now I will show you all the original papers and then I will try to tell you that what is the major problem. As you guys rightly said, कि basically economy dimag mein aata hai, right? I will first write all the questions and then I will move on to the other points. Now, if I consider all these 6 subjects, then if I have to tell you each year the number of the questions which are coming, each year and the marks for this respective subject, and which are the question numbers also in all papers from example 2020 to 2024. GS-3 is misunderstood. This is the second major myth, and that is what is the why it is difficult to score, or what is essential to know is that GS3 is not economy. Why? Because economy ke there are total only 4 questions. Only 4 questions, not average. I am telling exact number. Which? Question number 1, question number 2. Both of these are for 10 markers. That is 20 marks ho gaya. Question number 11, question number 12. That means overall only I am saying 50 marks ka paper out of 250 marks, paper, only 50 marks belong to economy. And you give your maximum time only for economic preparation. Then how are you going to score? Am I right? Most neglected component of GS paper 3 is none other than agriculture. Do you know how many questions are there in agriculture? 4 questions. Each year you will get 4 questions. Now, which are these questions? Question number 3, question number 4, question number 13 and question number 14. Again, this also have 50 marks, but we rarely prepare for agriculture separately. Crops, cropping pattern, right? Then PDS, buffer stocks, MSP rated issues, we rarely prepare about this. Am I right? Similarly, internal security. Again, each year you will get compulsorily 4 questions on this topic. That is question number 9, question number 10, question number 19 and question number 20. Again 50 marks from only from one section. 150 marks paper is from the 3 subjects, and these are the respective apka question numbers. I will tell you how to attend in the examination hall. When I used to write GS paper 3 till 2019, I never scored less than 115. The reason is very simple. I used to go in this way. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pehla jaake I will take internal security. Uske baad agri, uske baad economy. Depending upon what I know. But I will take ek saath hi pura. First I will first go for with internal security example. If internal, I will first write 15 markers ka question. Uske baad 10 markers. But ek saath hi, matlab together I will write all the internal security questions. Together I will write all the agriculture. Because I know that the professor who is correcting economy paper will not correct, as far as my knowledge goes, he will not correct science and tech or internal security. Uske liye sirf 4 question evaluate karna hai. Getting the point? Environment, each year you get 3 questions compulsorily. Then you are again science and tech, 3 questions compulsorily, and rest of the 2 questions, the most easiest questions of all, are none other than disaster management, which can vary. Question number 5, 6, 7. So if I were to show you all the papers, just see. If I were to show you all these papers, so this is nothing but 2024 paper, just now, just completed, right? If you just see, I hope that this is visible, right? If you just see, examine, again, the keywords are neglected by the aspirants. Examine, matlab you have to do examination about what? About the trend of the public expenditure. Public expenditure on what? Health, education, women, everything. Trend and pattern, both are on what? Public expenditure on what? Social services in what? Post reforms period. Again LPG plus ये plus inclusive growth, तीनों एक साथ question है. In that limited time period, 10 markers, 150 words, 7.2 minutes, you have to bring all that thing into on the paper. For that you should have already content and done lot of brainstorming. Am I right? Similarly, to what extent this has been in consonance with the achieving the objective of what? Inclusive growth. Similar, next, causes of high inflation, comment on the effectiveness of monetary policy. Matlab, you have to do monetary. So question number 1 and 2. First I will show you this question number 1 and 2. Uske baad, question number, if you just see, 11, again merits, demerits of labor code, employment, and the need for during the connectivity, that is infrastructure. Question number 11, 12, and question number 1 and 2. Kiska hai? Economy. Correct? If you just see, again, question number, I will show you. Factors responsible for successful implementation of land reforms, agriculture. 4th, millets, agriculture. Question number again 13 and 14. If you just see question number 13 and 14, major challenges faced by irrigation system, and uske baad buffer stocks, PDS ka. Again agriculture. If you just see again question number 9 and 10, narco terrorism, that is question number 9, and question number 10 is about digital personal security, that is again internal security, 9 and 10. And again 1920 basically is none other than again आपका so called as border issues with respect to China, and again about so called as social media, role of social media, matlab internal security. Am I right? 2024. Let me take 2023 for you also. If you just see which questions are asked where. Question number 1, role of, see, for faster economic growth, that is syllabus ka first point, faster economic growth need the increased share of what? Manufacturing sector. They are linked to sectors of economy, correct? Particularly MSME, secondary sector. Comment upon the present policies of the government of India. How are they able to do it or not? Getting the point? Similarly, the status of digitalization in the Indian economy. Indian economy का digital status कितना है? Why it is? Then examine the problems in this regard. मतलब 1 and 2 is again economy. Similarly, if you just see question number 11 and 12, unemployment, correct? Now just see, unemployment is structural in nature, मतलब type of unemployment, and examine the methodology adapted to compute. मतलब this is basic about what? Unemployment, how you are going to calculate it. But if you just see next question, analytical. This care economy and monetized economy, how can the care economy brought into the monetized economy? For that, you should know what is care economy. What are the characteristics? Can it be really brought into the monetized economy through the women empowerment specifically they have asked? What I mean, in this 15 markers, in that 10 minutes, you have to think, you have to bring lot of the data reports, and then you have to write. For this, what is needed is analytical skills. Again, 1 to 11, 12. Just see again question number 3 and 4. If you just see question number 3 and 4, e-technology help in the aid of the farmers, agriculture. Similarly, about land reforms, yet again repeated theme, right? Question number 3 and 4. Again, question number 13, 14, just see. Question number 13 and 14. That is changes in the cropping pattern, agriculture. Indirect subsidies, again agriculture. 3, 4, 13, 14. Similarly, question number 9 and 10. Winning the hearts and minds, especially in the border areas, to counter the insurgency in the border areas, internal security. Unmanned aerial vehicles, again internal security, 9 and 10. And just see 19 and 20. Internal security challenges faced by India and how are the security forces like CIA or anything. I mean central intelligence agencies वगैरह. And next is basically terror funding, that is money laundering. Again 1920 is basically आपका so called as आपका internal security. I'll just show you again 2022 का भी देखो. One I will show rather than investing time on this. If you just see again for here also 19 and 20 cyber security and basically socio-economic development. These are original papers, right? This is what I hope you're understanding. If you're preparing the right way and analyzing the issues, then only you can write the answers. ये directly chat GPT वगैरह कुछ काम का है नहीं अभी, correct? And the problem of GS3 itself is that there is no one-stop concrete notes, है ही नहीं, and note आ ही नहीं सकते for these topics. Getting the point? So this is the most important point. Now I will tell you why the UPSC is asking questions like this. The answer is very simple, which is given, the answer is given by UPSC itself in its original notification. What does UPSC say is that, for example, every time I am asking you to, for example, these are the syllabus points. For example, government budgeting, inclusive growth. These are very issues arising from it, multiple issues, correct? When I speak about internal security, just see the syllabus point. The syllabus point says that role of development, देखो, role of basically कहाँ पे क्या? Linkages between development and spread of extremism. This is so open-ended topic. Extremism का there are multiple forms. First, left-wing extremism. Second, insurgency, radicalization, communalism, mob lynching. किसकी बात कर रहे हो आप? We don't know. ये term ही generic है. They can ask anything. To understand what and how they can ask, we need PYQs. And why we have to take the opinion, examine वगैरह? Because UPSC का original PDF है ये. What UPSC mention is basically on page number 30, it clearly mentions what are they expecting from an aspirant. First and most important point, to quote unquote, cut copy paste. देखो क्या बोला इन्होंने? Okay. Now what they have mentioned, I will just read it for you so that it becomes easy for you. In the mains examination, whatever is the question that you saw is not basically just superficial. I will be analyzing. Who am I? UPSC. UPSC will be analyzing your intellectual traits and the depth of understanding a particular issue, not merely information. This is the major problem of GS3. People will make data sheet, fact sheet, GS3 का पूरा fact वगैरह रट्टा करते हैं जाके basically I will put it. होगा नहीं ना? Why? It says mains examination is intended to assess the overall intellectual traits and depth of understanding of the candidates rather than merely range of their information. ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, UPSC बोल रहा है. Because few of the students understand this, they are scoring still in 96, 95 in GS paper 3 and others are still stuck at 60s. The reason is very simple. This is where the things lie. Second, you should write the answers which are meaningful and relevant. This is what UPSC has given. I hope you're understanding. The second most important problem which I was discussing is this basically point, that is how to prepare. You should understand the concept, you should do the analysis, you should integrate the current affair. This is the first point that aspirant needs to do, and despite the syllabus is open, we need to have the continuous analysis of the topic from the different dimensions, right? Second, I told you that you are misunderstanding GS-3 paper as economy. ऐसा है नहीं. Why? On the basis of this chart. Am I right? Third, the third major problem of the aspirant is none other than PYQ analysis. PYQ analysis. पहला topic ही था basically something called as syllabus. Correct? You should know the syllabus, each and every topic, which most of them don't know itself. How to decode this syllabus. Second, PYQ analysis. Why PYQ analysis? Just now I have shown you all the questions. This PYQ will help you to understand the demand of the topic. Demand of topic or subtopic. Example, that is why I have written this. Example, if you try to understand Indian economic growth, bhai sab, Indian economic growth can be asked in from any way. Matlab, the demand of the topic is not static, not just what is GDP, how it is going to measure. They are going to link this to inclusive growth. They are going to link to employment. They are going to link to this post impact of the LPG reforms. They are going to link growth to something called as investment model, that is PPP model or any other model. I hope you are understanding. So that means to understand this demand, I have to first of all decode the PYQ. This PYQs, especially I am telling 2013 till 24, but at least 5 years ka you should complete decode. It will help you to understand demand of the topic, and most important is interlinkages. Interlinkages between the syllabus and the topics, between the syllabus and its topics. Correct? For example, if I say role of external state actor and non-state actor in creating challenges to internal security, किसका टॉपिक है? इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी. और एक टॉपिक है इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी का, बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी challenges and effective management. Now third is terrorism, fourth is linkages of organized crime and terrorism. If you try to understand Jammu Kashmir insurgency, everything is present in the same point. Jammu Kashmir में external state actor Pakistan, non state actor Lashkar-e-Toiba, right? उसके बाद in Jammu Kashmir you are having something called as terrorism, major source money laundering, correct? For that you need security forces. मतलब once you understand this particular issue, आपको चारों तरफ से देखना है. I hope you are understanding. So that means to understand interlinkages between the syllabus points, you have to basically do the PYQ analysis. Are you understanding it? So PYQ analysis will help you to understand the demand of the question, interlinkages between the topic, and it will provide you the right direction. This point most of the people tend to miss. 100%. ये मेरा guarantee है. ये problem है. Fourth major problem, I will write it here. Fourth major problem is lack of analytical ability, lack of analysis, I will say lack of analysis, and multi-dimensional understanding, understanding of a particular issue. Examine, for example, Operation Sindoor. As you know, there are multiple facets about it. Question can be role of the overground workers, which is already asked. Role of UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles, drones. Question can be role of the non-state actor. Question can be Indus Water Treaty and its impact. Question can be asked in multiple ways. Understand this. Matlab, analysis and multidimensional understanding of a particular issue should be done, which is not done. This will be understood only when you are knowing all the PYQs. Am I right? Am I sounding logical? Is it scientific? Correct? In this context, fifth, after this, lack of revision and answer writing practice. Now question is, why does this not take place? Revision, answer writing क्यों नहीं होता? Because of very simple reason, lack of precise notes, lack of bullet points, and issue wise notes, issue wise notes. It is not there. Because this is not there, revision bhi nahi hoga. And when revision is not there, you cannot relect this examination. Correct? And answer writing to hoga hi nahi, because the time is very less. In 85 days, understand guys, come on, gentlemen, you have to cover 6 subjects where you have to do the basics, concepts, integrate with the current affairs, everything, which is extremely difficult. Am I right? So, for that, you should have prior preparation, or if you are doing now for the mains, you should have some basic idea, and then you understand as early as possible what is the examination demanding. Depending upon that, you prepare, definitely the marks will increase. Am I right? Now comes the most important point. This is what is this. So basically I was started with this, something called as decoding GS paper 3. First and the foremost important part here is syllabus. Pehla point is syllabus students don't know. It should be on tip of the tongue. Second, you should know, first of all, syllabus. If you try to understand, first you should know syllabus. Second is basically you should do detailed analysis of the previous year questions. Third, then you are doing preparation. What you should be done? Preparation may basic concept, basic of that particular topic, plus analysis about that, and integrate this with current affairs. And for that, let us have certain precise bullet point wala notes. These are the basic 5 things which are essential for this examination. Let it be GS paper 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I right or wrong? Without knowing this UPSC is an ocean. You will get lost. Without knowing syllabus, without knowing PYQs, without preparing it in the right way, understanding the basics plus doing the analysis, how can we do it? Am I right? So basically in this context, because these things are missing, that is what I have written here, vastness of the syllabus plus open-endedness of the syllabus. These 6 subjects you have to cover in limited time period, which is a challenge. Then what you have is yet another misunderstanding of the subject. For example, again here I will tell you, GS2 matlab kya hota hai? In GS2, which is the majority of the portion? Polity. Again a misconception. Are you understanding? 110 marks ka paper, 125 marks ka paper is from the polity. Baki ka 125 kahan pe gaya? Getting the point. So what you are presuming is not the fact. For that, the way I did the PYQ analysis, the question numbers, you should know each and everything. Then only you can understand where can I score well. Are you understanding? Next. Now, next is basically PYQ analysis is lacking, because of which you will not understand what will be asked. You will keep on reading the editorials, but usme puchega kya? How will I reproduce it? To understand that, you need that PYQ decoding, then only you can link the things. Right? Next is analytical abilities is also a multidimensional way, particular issues understanding is lacking. Lack of revision, lack of precise notes. I hope you are understanding. Now, comes the major point, what UPSC says is, as I mentioned, aspirant needs to have in-depth understanding. What it is saying? In-depth understanding, and depending upon this in-depth understanding, it is going to check your intellectual traits. And this is what is the problem. Problem number 6. That is, people rote learn, or I would say memorize facts, figures, and they tend to reproduce, merely memorize, which is not going to be helpful. Why? Which is incorrect. Memorize, it is not going to, because you need application of it in the examination hall. How to do application? How will you understand this without practice, without understanding PYQs? So just memorizing the facts, figures. I know that you know FDI policy, target है पूरा है, कहाँ पे use करेगा, point ये है, कहाँ पे use करेगा, and how you will use it, depending upon nature of the question. I hope you understood. Now, second, if you just try to understand UPSC ka, again, if you try to understand syllabus of especially GS paper 3, what is the syllabus and original questions asked by UPSC, not by any test series, then there are 2 challenges here, major 2 challenges. One, the challenges, first challenge is generic nature of the questions. Generic nature of question. Second, open ended questions, and third is basically आपका so called as interlinked questions, interlinkages between topics and the related question. So these are the three ways and these are the three challenges that UPSC has not in official notifications told. This is what we are able to understand on the basis of the analysis of PYQs. All the questions are generic. What do you think? Examine, discuss. You know the topic, हाँ यार, there is something called as labor productivity. How is it linked to economic growth? सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है. When you start to write 2 points के बाद क्या लिखूं यार? Am I right? Are you understanding? Unless you understand this basic, you will not understand the other aspects. One. Second, open-ended question. Do you think inclusive growth can be achieved through capitalism? पूरा open-ended. Yes या हो सकता है, no भी हो सकता है. Then you have to bring lot of data, facts, figures, comparative analysis of the different countries, etc., etc. Third, interlinkages between the question. Jobless growth, economic growth, inclusivity. ये तीन. Now the challenge here is you will understand and love when I'm teaching. But challenge is this wala point which I'm writing. That is to gather information, or I would say content, to gather information or content relevant to demand of the question. Relevant to what? Demand of the question. Relevant to what? Demand of the question in limited time. Limited time is the greatest challenge. चैलेंज क्या है? पहला पॉइंट तो चैलेंज ही ऐसा है, बेसिकली क्वेश्चन ही ऐसे है, उसके बाद टाइम भी लिमिटेड है, एंड प्लस यू हैव टू ब्रिंग लॉट ऑफ, बिकॉज वॉट एवर यू स्टडी, वॉट एवर यू मेक द नोट्स, उसमें से कुछ नहीं आएगा, दैट आई विल गारंटी. करेक्ट? सो इन दिस लिमिटेड टाइम you have to, if you try to understand, in this limited time, what I'm speaking about limited time, matlab for 10 markers you are having 7.2 minutes. In this limited time, first of all you have to, pehla most important thing is understand demand of the question. Understand demand of the question. What happens most of the times, you will see some word which is familiar. हाँ, इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ देखा, सस्टेनेबिलिटी का, यू स्टार्ट टू राइट स्क्रिबल एवरीथिंग. अरे पूछा क्या है भाई, बता क्या रहा है. गेटिंग द पॉइंट. यूपीएससी इन इट्स नोटिफिकेशन हैव क्लियरली मेंशन्ड, इफ यू रीड, क्रेडिट मतलब क्या? मार्क्स will be given for effective and exact expression, quote unquote. These are the words of UPSC. Credit will be given for what? Exact, meaningful, relevant, precise answers, right? What I mean by this is very simple. What you know, UPSC is not interested. What they have asked, it is interested in know what they have asked, and what you know about it, उसके बारे में बात करो. Getting the point? There are two different things. One, so this is basically आपका within limited time. First of all, you have to understand the demand. Second major challenge, gather the content. Gather the content or information which is relevant to the demand of the question. Then you have to substantiate these points. Correct? ये सब कुछ करना है under 7 minutes. Getting the point? So here, doing this in such type of questions, open-ended, analytical, etc., is very difficult. Where we need to do the preparation priorly only. Where we should have multi-dimensional analysis. We have to generate the dimensions. So this is the one of the major challenge that aspirants are facing, and they are not understanding. GS-3 में whatever is the issue, you have to understand it in depth. Is it clear? I hope you understood. So ये है आपका basic part about this. Now comes the most important point, that is answer writing. Answer writing. I will tell you what, how, where, right? And then I will take the questions. Now I will just sum it up again within 2 minutes. Basically, for this examination, the most important is understanding the syllabus. Understanding the syllabus. First of all, here understand syllabus mein matlab each word of it, each word and topic of it. Now question is, some of the words are open-ended, to understand that, do the PYQ decoding. Depending upon that, start your preparation, understand the basics about it, try to integrate, understand and try to integrate current affairs, and depend upon that, make the precise notes which you revise multiple times. But despite knowing this, students are facing problem because of vastness, because of those basic points, generic nature, interlinkage of the syllabus, conceptual clarity is also needed, current affairs, and plus to do all these things, you are having something called as about 85 days. You are having merely all to do all these things. You have merely 85 days in your hand. Am I right? In your hand. Correct ना? ये सब कुछ करना है किसका? ये सारे subjects का बच्चों. So to do this, time is limited. Secondly, there is no one-stop solution. No, I know that there are n number of materials in the institute, all the coaching material, but direct question कहाँ से भी नहीं आ रहे. For that, you have to have basically understand this demand, interlinkages, have analytical understanding, multidimensional analysis, revise, write, and basically don't, rather than memorize, try to apply that. How you are going to apply, you need to understand this. So these are the basic problems, and why the challenge is increasing, because of this nature of the questions, and that you have to gather the information. Getting the point? Now, to understand this, all these things, and later answer writing, let me, I hope you understood about Indian economy, right? I have taken one example of one particular topic, that is, how is this topics interrelated to each other. Example, I have told you that all these topics are interrelated to each other, and depending upon this interlinkages itself, the questions are asked. You cannot see anything in silos. Am I right? Hi, Anna, come on guys. So, in this context, I have taken Indian economy, issues related to planning, mobilization, and inclusive growth, where I have told you how the topics are interlinked. Depending upon this interlinked topics, how we have to interlink the current affairs, and how the issue-based notes should be made for the following topics which you are going to study. Is it clear? Let me take you one more point. And rather than now taking of economy, I will take a different subject so that you will understand. Right? So here, I will take another topic, that is internal security. Internal security. Internal security. Now here, later I will, at the end, I will tell you about the answer writing in last 15 minutes. But first, let me try to tell you internal security. Pehla kya hai? Basically about internal security is linkages between what? Development and spread of extremism, right? Logical. Now, if you just try to understand, question kya पूछ रहा है, you have to understand development and extremism. If there is lack of development, what will happen? Extremism will happen. Which type? Example, you can see it in form of what? Left-wing extremism, that is Naxalism. Correct? You can understand it in the form of what? Insurgency. Insurgency in two places. For example, Northeast India and something called as Jammu and Kashmir. Then you are having radicalization, vagera vagera. So what I mean is very simple. First topic is this topic, which again is an open-ended topic. Once upon a time they asked you about mob lynching. They can ask about radicalism. They can ask about communalism also. How is that in border areas there is lack of development, and how can the communal tendency spread, and for that how you have to win the heart and the mind of the people. Analysis लगेगा ना, ये question था. Correct? After this, what is essential is second topic. What they are told is basically something called as Pakistan wala banda. That is role of external state actors and non-state actors in creating challenges to internal security. Correct? Role of external state actors and non-state actors. Who is external state actor, guys? Come on. It is none other than our friend, that is Pakistan. Correct? And something called as China. And who is non-state actor? Lashkar-e-Toiba. Correct? The resistant front, the offshoot of it. Jaish-e-Mohammed. Right? ISIS. Ye sare ke sare. How are they aiding this particular thing? Challenges to internal security. Challenges to internal security are multiple. Now for this, in this context, all these things, state actors vagera, are linked to something called as basically linkages. between organized crime and terrorism. Organized crime and terrorism. If you try to understand organized crime, matlab kya? For example, every city nowadays you get something called as basically the drugs, correct? Arms smuggling, prostitution. ये कैसे होता है? There is some linkages, right? How are they? How are they affecting it? Correct? How is money laundered? Black money आया कहाँ से? There should be something. Now, for all these things, that means this thing is linked to one of the major topic, that is none other than terrorism. Terrorism is a very generic term, a very broad term, which is interlinked to basically Naxalism and basically आपका insurgency also, because all these are the subsets. Naxalism, insurgency, everything is a subset of the terrorism. Now, do you think terrorism, which I have spoken just now, is just for terrorism? What is the most important thing? If tomorrow, if I want to give you basically, if I want to ask you, please throw certain stones on the Indian armed forces in the valley, why will you do? First, if you are radicalized. Second, if I give you money. And how will I get money? Only one way. Iska basically something is money laundering. Money laundering. So money laundering is the most important thing, correct? But for all these things, terrorism hoga, linkage between ye sab kuch hoga. For this, आया कहाँ से? In India, we are not producing opium; it is banned. We are not manufacturing arms, correct? Recently, the Naxalite, the most general secretary of CPIM, was killed. This is what Amit Shah said, right? What will the impacts of that movement? I hope you are understanding. He was the topmost leader of CPIM, rather Marxist-Leninist, I am telling you. So, how? So, kahan se aaya ye drugs? From where is this basically arms smuggling? Basically, border. India, if you just try to understand, is sandwiched between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and here Southeast Asia. Afghanistan, Pakistan, Golden Crescent, and this is Golden Triangle. So basically, because of that, role of border management, and issues associated with it. This is the most important. This is linked to everything. Border management is also linked to something called as basically organized crime. Correct? Right? And who is going to manage the borders most effectively? Come on. The various security forces, agencies, and their mandate. Right? Security forces, agencies, and their mandate. Agencies, their mandate. I hope you understood. Agencies and their mandate. Now, in India, we had seen many of the people from Kerala had joined ISIS, the ranks of ISIS, especially the well-educated technocrats, doctors. How did these doctors, these technocrats get connected to ISIS ka terrorist? Social media. That means, ye sabka basically right now is the backbone role of media, social networking sites in creating challenges to internal security, in creating challenges to internal security. I hope you are understanding. If you remember, in 2008, Mumbai attacks took place, where Honorable Supreme Court had slammed media channels for live reporting, live coverage 24/7. This time also, despite that, what happened? ये पहलगाम में ऐसा हो रहा है, बैसरन वैली में ऐसा हो रहा है. No media ethics. How can you link it? Is there any IT Act provision where you can regulate all this? Getting my point? So, such types of question can be asked here. So, what I want to say in short is very simple. All these points are interlinked to each other. And without these interlinkages, nothing can be answered. I hope you are understanding. For example, you have to later understand. For example, let me take one issue. If you consider border security, through this one simple diagram, I will explain everything. One simple diagram. So this is how the diagrams you have to include, right? Not this diagram, but in general. So now here, if you just try to understand, if if you just try to understand India, I'm trying to tell you the challenges. And these are the questions also. Through the diagram only I will tell you what are the PYQs. So now, if you try to understand, in India, the great challenges are, post-independence, the challenge which arose was none other than left-wing extremism, which started in Naxalbari village, right? What are UPSC PYQs? Every alternate year there is one question. Every alternate year there is one question on this challenge, that is something called as Naxalism. I will show you how. If you just try to understand PYQs of basically something called as internal security, just see. If you just see this PYQs, these are all UPSC PYQs. Linkages between development and spread of extremism, right? Left-wing extremism or anything. 2022 they asked a question. उसके पहले 2020 में भी पूछा है, 2018 में पूछा है, 2015, 2013. Every alternate year you will get a question on Naxalism. Am I right? ये analysis होता है. Now Naxalism, what you should know? 3 things. Meaning, what is the recent trend as per MHA? Whether it is increasing or decreasing, and why? Why is it still present in India despite 75 years of independence? What are the constitutional provisions? What are the developmental issues? यही सारा questions है. Getting my point? I hope you are understanding. So if you analyze these questions, then you will understand it now. Is it clear? So everything is dependent upon the questions, previous year questions. So when you are preparing, you should prepare it in an integrated way where you should be knowing all the basic aspects of this. For example, left-wing extremism, as I mentioned, you should know the recent trend as per MHA report, right? MHA ka report or NCRB ka report, National Crime Record Bureau, right? Second, you should know the causes, especially with respect to 5th schedule of India, correct? Why is that 5th schedule is not implemented properly? You should also know about the developmental issues, economic issues, economic and social issues. And in this context, what is a multi-pronged strategy or a solution of Government of India to tackle this menace of left-wing extremism? Getting the point? These are all the questions. Why I am able to write all these dimensions? Because I know what is the demand. When I am preparing for left-wing extremism, I will know the data, I will know the diagram. I will not only just draw left-wing extremism area like this. This is what the common person do, left-wing extremism area. ये नहीं करूँगा मैं क्या करूँगा? If I want to increase 1 mark, I will show like this. If you just see the difference, I will just show you what will be the difference. Here I am showing like this. I will just write here Bastar or Bijapur, Dantewada, Sukma, correct? Then basically Gadchiroli, ये सब कुछ मैं लिखूंगा. This is called as precision. Are you understanding? ये क्या दिखाता है? मुझे पता है सब कुछ. दंतेवाड़ा, बीजापुर, दंडकर्णी region कहाँ पे क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, right? This is a difference. You will show red corridor region. I will also show red corridor region, but in that precise places, I will रट्टा मारूंगा मैं चाहे तो. क्यों? Because question वैसे आ रहा है. Getting the point? Depending upon this question only, I am trying to tell you all these points, right? In this context, the second most important challenge is basically insurgency in the Northeast India. Why is there insurgency in Northeast India? First major point, rugged terrain, that is mountains, right? If you try to understand, here you are having the rugged terrain, mountains, plus at the same time, you are having something called as basically, आपका so called as dense forest. Both the things are present. Plus, you are having something called as आपका free boundary movement regime, where in a certain area, the continuous movement without any visas is allowed. But everything is sandwiched between something called as golden triangle, and here you are having golden crescent. So here, if you want to stop arms trade, then from here everything is being smuggled. So ये क्या हो रहा है? Smuggling. Why is the smuggling is happening? Because of this border. Why border? Because these borders are porous. Borders are porous. Porous matlab you can penetrate. Why you can penetrate? Because of the geographic terrain, mountains, forest, etc. Because of lack of vigilance. Multiple committees, Godbole committee, Shekadkar committee, सब कुछ पता होना चाहिए. I hope you are understanding. This is how the question is asked. Question will be not asked merely on the basis of basically क्या है insurgency. They ask specifically why is that the states which are bordering with the Myanmar are facing the challenges, right? Then I will come to the next challenge here, that is the classic challenge, so called as Pakistan. Pakistan के साथ क्वेश्चन क्या पूछा उन्होंने one time? They linked this question to something called as economic cardinal subset, that is CPEC. Correct? China Pakistan economic corridor, and they are linking it to internal security and the challenge associated challenge, and then you have to answer it. I hope you are understanding what I am trying to tell you. Now, when you are considering something called as, now here along with this, nowadays in the recent times they are also focusing mainly upon maritime security, which we tend to miss. Maritime security, we are just focusing only upon something called as land borders, but along with the land borders we are also having something called as water or maritime borders, which are important. What is the strategy? What is the role of the coastal security guards, right? Why is the Indian Ocean region important for the Indian economy and its trade? Everything can be asked in interlinked way. इसके लिए analysis चाहिए. And these are all quote unquote all PYQs which I am trying to tell you. Nothing is my own. Now, when I am speaking about this so called as आपका Jammu Kashmir, then you should know the following things. For example, basics about it. Why is that basically Jammu Kashmir mein there is insurgency? So for that, when I'm drawing or when I'm writing the answers, I will not write like a general aspirant, because I know that इसके ऊपर question आएगा, so I will make it prepared. For example, when I know this, I will tell that yes sir, it is very difficult for effective border management. Question आएगा border management, 3 topics will be linked. Border management, role of non-state actors or external state actor, then terrorism, and then ये सबके बीच में है आपका जम्मू एंड कश्मीर. लॉजिकल, ऐसा क्वेश्चन आएगा और ऐसा ही क्वेश्चंस आया है. Is it clear? Then in this context I will tell it is very difficult for border management because sir of geography. Why? Because sir here it is marsh, here it is desert, correct? Here it is mountain sir, here it is mountains. I'll write it here, mountains. Here it is glaciers sir, right? Similarly sir, here nothing have been, I would say, demarcated. Only the line which is demarcating is so called as Radcliffe line. But sir, problem here, from here till this point, that is up to something called as basically Siachen glacier, till this point sir, I know that this is LOC, but now this LOC का भी issue हुआ after Operation Sindoor. So sir, यहाँ से यहाँ तक 98 NJ 9842, NJ 9842, it is the crest of so called as a mountain. From here, Pakistan says that this LOC should go straight so that this Siachen will come here, but India says no, the actual ground position line is this. This is called as actual ground position line. Is it clear? And Siachen apne paas hai. Now in this context, question is, why are we not able to contain? So for example, recently we should then know where is Jammu Kashmir. For example, ये है आपका Jammu Kashmir, right? And then you are having something called as Ladakh. Then you should know, हाँ sir, ये Gilgit Baltistan है, right? Gilgit Baltistan. This is my POK, Azad Kashmir. When I say Azad Kashmir, actually it includes this part, Azad Kashmir. ये वाला. This is Muzaffarabad वगैरह. So recently the attack took place was here. So now when I am writing the answer, I will also include the diagrams. I will tell sir the major challenge is basically proximity to Golden Crescent. Then basically drug smuggling sir. Then आपका so called as money laundering sir. All these are the challenges. I will show everything on the diagram. It becomes much more easy for the examiner to know that कि हाँ अब मैं ऐसा नहीं लिखूंगा, इसके अंदर जाऊंगा. Yes sir, here we are having something. पूछ, बारामुल्ला, correct? ये सब कुछ मुझे districts भी पता है. Why? Because I know question आएगा. I will make sure that I will prepare it, and I will prepare it in a different way where complete 360-degree analysis होगा. Then I will tell, yes sir, here the role of overground workers is there, right? Then here there is issue of something called as Indus Water Treaty. Here there is issue of something called as Sir Creek. Sir Creek. Logical. 360-degree coverage इसको बोलते हैं. What will be the potential impact of the abrogation of internal of so-called as Indus Water Treaty? 5 points पता चाहिए. That's it. Is it clear? So while I am trying to tell this point, border management, all these topics are interlinked to each other. This is what I am trying to tell you through this topic and through this syllabus point. Topics are interlinked to each other in the following way. This is what is the syllabus points. Is it clear, everyone? This is a challenge for most of the aspirants. They tend to fail that हाँ ऐसा ऐसा है. Is it clear? Now, come to the most important point. So this is what I have discussed about the majority of the points. That is none other than आपका so called as आपका economy. I have tried to cover one topic. Same goes for if you have to ask me the gender budgeting questions वगैरह, then I will tell it here itself. Gender budgeting का दो types का question आता है. One is basically basic questions. Basic questions में दो आता है, correct? Capital receipts and basically revenue expenditure वगैरह वगैरह. Then they are asking you something about long terms capital gains tax. Just listen first and then you can write. Long term, I'll just write it here. Basic questions. If you just try to understand basic questions. Long term capital gains tax, one. Secondly, they are asking us something about, as I mentioned earlier, revenue receipts, revenue expenditure or capital receipt, capital expenditure, what it means, वगैरह वगैरह. These are all basic. Second most important theme is GST. Why it was introduced, what are the impacts वगैरह. Now, उसके बाद the most important is आपका so called as public finance management. ये सबसे important है, public finance management. So public finance management मतलब ही आपका so called as FRBMA. How it will bring the macroeconomic stability वगैरह वगैरह. Now in this context, as I mentioned earlier, once you understand the basics, you have to link what? Something called as immediately current affairs. What you have to link? You have to link something called as current affairs. Now again, what is the current affair with respect to this? Recently, what happened in this budget? Come on, क्या हुआ budget में? पूछा UPSC ने. Whenever something new happens, important, क्या होगा? वो तो common है, person का. Next important is basically equalization levy. Equalization levy, digital tax, imposed, abolished. Imposed, abolished. Which was imposed is abolished now. What it is? Why was it imposed? Now why it is abolished? Analysis होना चाहिए. मतलब all the basics के बाद this. I hope you're understanding. Next, basically about state of finances. About the basically the different states. What is the gross fiscal deficit of all the states? Gross fiscal deficit. What is the status of the revenue deficits? Then what is state का basically GDP to debt ratio? GDP to debt ratio, right? कितना है states का? Are they following FRBMA का guidelines? ये होता है analysis. This is topic is this growth and development. We have, if I'm not wrong, discussed in detail, topic linked. Is it clear? Then how is that this government budgeting will bring in something called as economic growth also through fiscal policy. Then in employment, what is the major focus? Major focus is upon the computation, upon the basically schemes, upon the schemes. Similarly, about the different most important issues like informalization of the workforce, casualization of the workforce, gig economy क्या होता है वगैरह. All these issues का once you understand the basics, you should have 10 points. Same goes for LPG reforms, what they are वगैरह. You should know internationalization of rupee, de-dollarization. ये क्या है, क्यों है? Getting the point. So basics, as I mentioned earlier, basics, analytical understanding, and then integrating with the current affairs. This will give 360-degree coverage. Same goes for something called as basically, if you just try to understand, ये आपका internal security. In a similar way, agriculture होता है. If I consider Operation Sindoor, then I will link everything. Role of external state actor, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Pakistan का. Then what was the problem in the border management? अंदर आए कैसे, कहाँ से आए? Who helped overcome terrorist workers? Then basically nowadays recent type of warfare, changing warfare, hybrid warfare, grey warfare. Are you understanding? So if the changes are there, depending upon these changes only आपको पढ़ाई करना पड़ेगा. Money laundering, if there is any amendment to PMLA, you should know it. With respect to terrorism, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967 and NI Act 2008, what are the amendments done? Analyze करो. ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा, UPSC बोल रहा है. Depend upon that only आगे जाना चाहिए. I hope you're understanding. Then, if I consider about border management, every year compulsorily, कहाँ पे गया वो? Cyber security का कहाँ पे? So cyber security, every year 100% in the past 2011-13 से लेके 24 तक बेसिकली 13 to 24 11 years 11 questions compulsory आए हैं from cyber security. Each year one question on cyber security. It can be in the form of cyber warfare, cyber terrorism or a particular project of basically Kerala or cyber dome project वगैरह. Similarly presently कौन सा project आया है? C dot project by whom? त्रिनेत्रा. क्या करेगा ये, कैसा करेगा, पूछा था यूपीएससी. तो प्रेजेंट वाला भी क्या चल रहा है, which is in news, which is the most important, you should know about it. First time United Nations ने what it has brought, United Nations Convention on what, cyber crimes, पहली बार लाया है. Again a question can be asked about it. How much essential it is, why essential it is, कैसे होगा, ये सब कुछ आएगा about cyber security. एक क्वेश्चन पक्का out of 4 from cyber security 100%. One question will be linked to 100% border security. Border security, organized crime करो, नहीं तो border security, insurgency करो, नक्सलिज्म करो, कुछ भी करो, border security के ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन compulsory each year. I hope you are understanding. So, if you try to decode, you will understand the most important themes which are repeating and how you have to understand. ये सब कुछ होगा PYQ के बाद and plus syllabus के बाद. I hope everyone got a clarity about syllabus है क्या, करना क्या है. Everyone, any doubt scientifically? I'll just sum it up and then I will tell you about the last major point about the answer writing and then we'll wind up the session. Right? So first, what we started was something called as decoding GS-3 for any particular subject. What is essential is basically 5 major points: syllabus, understanding each topic and subtopic as what we had discussed about the 2 major topics. Secondly, understanding and decoding all the PYQs that will help us to understand the demand of the examination, interlinkages between the topic and the depth of the topic essential to understand, and the important themes, PYQs. Preparation, matlab when you are studying, when you are reading, you have to understand and plus do analysis for the mains. मैं बोल रहा हूँ mains का specifically, and then you have to integrate with the current affairs and then simultaneously you should have bullet point छोटा notes. Okay, in this context, because these things are lacking, students are scoring in 60s, 50s or 70s. But there are students who have scored more than 95 also in GS paper 3. Rarely, but why and how? Because they know strategy. Why students are not scoring? Because they are not understanding syllabus itself. They are not understanding vast syllabus, open-ended nature of the syllabus. Time is limited. There is no single material which provides all the analysis. Right? ये पहला challenge. Second, misunderstanding GS3 as complete economy. Economy सिर्फ 50 marks का है. Then PYQ analysis. Understand the important, as I mentioned, the important themes. Just now I told you about cyber security and border management. Important themes, understanding demand, understanding interlinkages between topics. ये सब कुछ कब होगा? Once you understand the PYQs. Similarly, not only understanding, and in-depth understanding and analyzing. Why? Because UPSC syllabus told it. Correct? Secondly, we have to revise and do lot of writing practice. Then only understand कि ये information, ये facts, ये figures, how to put in the answers. ये तब भी होगा possible. Logical. Now, in this context, we saw कि problem क्या है questions का? Generic nature, open-ended nature, interlinked. And to collect that information in that limited time period is a difficult task. Is it clear? So, ये major challenge है यहाँ पे. In this context, answer writing I will speak about. In this context, we saw the basically the weightage of each and every point and each and every topic. किसका क्या? आप लोग सिर्फ इकोनॉमी का प्रिपेयर करते हैं, वो भी करंट अफेयर के 2 क्वेश्चन आते हैं, 2 बेसिक्स के आते हैं, प्लस वो भी एनालिटिकल. करेक्ट? दिस इज व्हाट द एनालिसिस सेज. सो दैट मींस प्रिपरेशन ही गलत है तो आंसर कैसा सही लिखेगा? Am I right? So same goes for the other topics also. Right? In this context, we took basically the first syllabus, that is so called as complete syllabus of the Indian economy. We decoded the syllabus. What is the nature of the syllabus? For example, how it is interlinked to each other. We took an example of economic growth. We spoke about everything, how it will be linked to inclusive growth. In this context, when you are preparing all these things, you have to understand the basics of the topic. Basic understanding about the topic should be done first of all. And after it is done, you also link that topic to something called as PYQs and then integrate the current issues of the respective topic. I have told most of the current issues from most of the topics we should have bullet point notes. I hope you're understanding. Then I spoke about internal security. I decoded the syllabus, demystified the syllabus, how you have to prepare, in what way, and how the notes should be there, how the diagram should be there, what type of issues can be asked, vagera, vagera. In this context, come to the last and most important point, that is none other than the actual examination, that is answer writing. After the class, I will take the session. Now come to the most important point, that is answer writing. Now, when I'm speaking about answer writing में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दिस इज आपका यूपीएससी का आंसर शीट. दिस इज यूपीएससी का आंसर शीट. Understand this. I am making very easy for you. You should not write on this side. This is what UPSC has clearly mentioned. The aspirant should not write on this side. Why I am saying this? Because go home and Google UPSC negative markings. Google पे डाल देना and enter करना. And go to images. First mark sheet that you see, multiple mark sheets of multiple aspirants where everything negative marks. In the recent times, in UPSC Mains में UPSC is giving negative marks. Why? For not following its directives. What are the directives? पहला, write in a limited amount of words. Second, don't use any symbols. Then don't write in this. So first of all, try to understand, follow these things, instructions. पहला point. Now, here the question will be given to you guys, right? Now here the question will be given to you guys. Let us consider this is question number 4, right? And this is the question, and this is the question. Now when you start to write the question, for 10 markers you will be given 2 pages. For 50 markers you will be given an average 3 pages. Logical? You are having 7.2 minutes. Now when you are writing this particular question, let us examine the role of state actors and non-state actors in creating insurgency in Northeast India. Full stop. How effective is the border management? ये question है, imagine. तो मुझे सबसे पहले क्या करना है in any particular question? First of all, I should understand the demand of the question. Demand of the question. Understand, I hope this color is visible. Understand the demand of the question. This is the first major point. Now to understand this demand of the question, what I suggest to the students after the practice, this will happen. Initially in the test series, read the question for 2 times. Read question for 2 times. Why I am saying this, read the question for 2 times? Because when you see this question, generally में देखा है, examine the role of non-state actors in insurgency in Northeast India, and second, how effective is the border management with respect to organized crime. For example, ऐसा क्वेश्चन है, जैसे आपने ये देखा आप लोग शुरू हो जाते फटाफट because time is less. ऐसा नहीं करना है. When you read the question, understand what is he trying to ask me. Understand, unless you understand what is the demand, whatever you write, credit will not be given. ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा, यूपीएससी बोल रहा है. Credit will be given for effective and exact expression to what is asked, not what you know. मैंने जो पूछा है वही बोलो. Is it clear? This is what is the first thing that should be done. For that, read the question 2 times. Is it clear? Now comes the most important point. After this, hitting the bullseye. That is something called as introduction. Introduction. Now this introduction of any particular answer which you are writing, of any particular answer, should have 3 characteristics. Pehla, at the same time, you should also, when you are understanding the demand of the question, just see the directive words given. Directive words. What I mean by directive words? पूछ क्या रहा है? Critical, examine, discuss, elaborate. क्या पूछ क्या रहा है? या definition पूछ रहा है? या generic question है? Understand what he is asking, and then only move further. Now when he is asking what the idea, हाँ कुछ तो है question about, let us consider about digital taxation, equalization levy, it is about de-dollarization, कुछ तो question है भाई ऐसा, या फिर something about PDS, buffer stock का issue है. Now when the introduction and question is open ended, तो question में सबसे पहला introduction, सबसे पहला major point, it should be precise. Precise मतलब 3 lines. नहीं तो आप लिखते हो introduction इतना बड़ा. Correct? दूसरा, most important, along with precision, it should be relevant. 90% times पूछा एक है, लिख रहा है बंदा. Correct? Second. Third, when I am writing introduction, there are 3 ways to start. 1, introduction is a window to an answer where you can start with any particular, for example, recent current affair ka issue, or you can state about a particular report or data or anything. Logical? Or the most common methodology is to write a definition. ये बस 5 तरीके हैं जिससे you can write the basically introduction. Am I right? As per economic survey, as per budget, this is what is the status वगैरह. So all these things should hit the bullseye. Hit the bullseye. What I mean by bullseye is nothing but what is the demand, usko mujhe hit karna hai. That should be the basic thing in the introduction. Compulsorily introduction में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए. Now come to the body part. When I am writing body part should be सबसे पहला it should be structured. It should be structured. Why structured? Because structured answer writing gives a great flow to your answer. You'll keep hitting the basic demand of the question. You write headings, body में headings, and uske baad points. Again, if you want, you can write subheadings, and uska points. Correct? Uska points. This is how you go with this. It should be structured. Try to write answer point-wise. This is what I firmly believe. I will justify why point-wise and why not subjective. Point-wise me is the only methodology in English language where you can tell any particular thing in most relevant, most succinct way. Correct? Essay writing में क्या होता है, बड़ा बड़ा जब पैराग्राफ लिखते हो, सेम थिंग, कॉमा, एफ, बट, देन, ऐसे ही चलता रहता है. बात क्या करना चाहते हो, सिंपल वर्ड्स में लिखो. Because this is a characteristic of a bureaucrat. If you have seen any of the notification which has been released by basically IS officer about a particular advisory, you just see it will be very very simple, very very easy, and minimum number of words. आप कोई भी देखो. For example, tomorrow in Bangalore, if there is a red alert for precipitation, advisory will be issued by BBMP. BBMP में कौन? Commissioner, IS. He will write very very simple words which can be understood by common people in minimum words and maximum information. That is why point-wise is the best way. I hope you understood point-wise. Now, when you're writing this structured point-wise answer, most important is substantiation of the arguments and providing different dimensions, bringing different dimensions to the answer. Different dimension to the answer. Now comes the point, substantiation ka. How to substantiation this particular thing. When I'm speaking about economy, I will substantiate with basically pie charts. I will substantiate with bar graphs. Correct? Temporally. Change in the cropping pattern. Correct? Compulsorily मैं ऐसे ही करूँगा. You will write in descriptive form. मैं diagram draw करके आऊँगा. ज़्यादा effective मेरा होगा. Getting the point? Secondly, I will use छोटा case studies. Case studies. I will use data. Can use report. I can use report. I will use, for example, if it is internal security, I will draw India. When it is about maritime security, I will draw Peninsula India and precise diagram as I mentioned earlier. Right? Now, here comes the challenge for most of the aspirant, and here is the point which I was trying to make here. That most of the aspirant क्या करते हैं? Memorize करते हैं facts. किसका facts? Of the syllabus points which they can include in this particular answer. Is it possible? Trust me, it is not possible in the examination hall. In this examination hall, this is not possible. Why it is not possible to put a memorized fact? Because you are not brainstormed it earlier. Example देता हूँ मैं. If you just see the syllabus, inclusive growth, development, inequality वगैरह. If you are having 20 reports with you, जो कि दिमाग में, example HDI, Oxfam report, FAO का report, the same report का, why can't you use it at different places? The report that you are using GS paper 2, why not in GS paper 3? Same बंदा थोड़ी check करेगा यार. गधे की तरह what I see, सबके लिए अलग अलग डेटा निकाला है. अरे दिमाग में कैसे रखेगा? Are you understanding? How are you going to keep in mind? It is very simple. About social justice if I am speaking, I need a data, I need a policy, I need a fact. The same thing what I did and why I scored very well in the mains was very simple. One data, one fact. For example, I will tell you one simple Oxfam का report आता है, right? I will tell you one report again, IPCC का report. ये reports everywhere मैं use करता था, GS-1, 2, 3, 4 में. थोड़ी 4 का पेपर बंदा वाला पेपर 1 चेक करने वाला है. But it's an art to use the same data at the different places. It's an art. I will justify it. Inclusive growth, women की बात करते हैं. Gender inequality index, एक ही रट्टा मारूंगा, हर जगह पे यूज करूंगा. ये आर्ट है. जीएस पेपर 1 सोसाइटी में यूज करो ना, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? जीएस पेपर 2 क्या प्रॉब्लम है वहां पे यूज करने के लिए? व्हाट आर ट्राइंग टू ऐसे में भी मतलब इट्स अ आर्ट हाउ यू पुट इन दिस फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स. इज इट क्लियर? सो व्हेन आई से दिस आई डोंट मीन दैट कि आप बस फैक्ट्स बनाओ फैक्ट शीट. यू शुड हैव रेडी but you should know how to apply it also. So body should be definitely be structured, point wise, substantiation, and most important is different dimensions. Try to bring some uniqueness in your answers. That will definitely differentiate your आपका so called as आपका body part. I hope you understood. And last is my something called as conclusion. What are the basic traits of the conclusion? Anyone? How? Generally, it should be solution oriented. Question जो भी होता है generally वो problem होता है. ये जो भी question ना, if you just analyze 20 questions of UPSC, GS paper 3, GS paper 2, वो problems होते हैं, problems. Conclusion में solution दे दो. Correct? Solution and way forward. Generally एक ही लिख सकते हो बेटा. Generally what I see nowadays in the test series, यहाँ से क्वेश्चन इंट्रोडक्शन. आई विल टेल यू व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम. इंट्रोडक्शन इज टिल हियर पॉइंट, बॉडी स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम हियर, इट गोज थ्रू हियर, देन वे फॉरवर्ड स्टार्ट्स एंड देन कंक्लूजन स्टार्ट्स. क्या लिखा? इतना आंसर है एक्चुअली आपका. एंड यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग आउट ऑफ 10 यू शुड गेट 4.5. कैसे मिलेगा? 2 ही मिलेगा ना. आंसर ही इतना लिखा है आपने. वे फॉरवर्ड एंड कंक्लूजन इतना लिखा है. ट्रस्ट मी 90% ऑफ द स्टूडेंट डू दिस. एम आई राइट और रॉन्ग? ये थोड़ी अलग होता है वे फॉरवर्ड एंड कंक्लूजन. एक साथ ही लिखो ना. मैंने पूछा क्या है उसका लिखना भाई. Why will I give you marks? So that is what is the most important challenge. And if you just try to understand those things, if you include and then this will be your answer sheet. This is your answer sheet. This is what is your so called as आपका the answer sheet. And one more point here which I will like to note is very important point here. When you are writing the body part, you definitely include the keywords and highlight them. Highlight them. If you are highlighting these keywords, it definitely have a lot of positive impact. It shows examiner कि जो आपने पूछा वो मुझे पता है और ये ऐसा ऐसा है. It becomes easy for me. So if you want to really understand how it goes, when you are writing any paper or any paper written by your own friend, take that paper and start to evaluate. You realize अरे लिखना क्या चाहता है, क्या बोलना क्या चाहता है. And if you take another topper का paper and you just go through that paper, what will you realize? हाँ, he is telling me that whatever I have asked, he is writing in a point-wise manner. It becomes easy for me, so it has a psychological impact. Is it clear? And one more important point here, which I would like to substantiate here, is the presentation aspect. Presentation aspect. So if you just have seen just now, whatever I have taught to you since slide number 1 till 20-40 pages I have written, what is the best part that you liked about me? 1, structured, organized and good presentation. Presentation से number नहीं बढ़ता, but it gives a good feel to the examiner. I hope you are understanding. Use good pen. Correct? Because you don't have time, you can't use 2 pens, but if one pen that you are using, अच्छा pen use करो. Is it clear? So I hope you understood about this particular point, that how you have to write the answer. So in this context, I have tried to decode the GS paper 3 on the basis of basically the mistakes committed, what one should not do about the particular thing, and depend upon that how the preparation should be done. Is it clear to everyone? This will be definitely helpful for the students who are watching, who are going to write anything. Is it clear? So here at the IBC GS paper 3, which I am going to conduct, I will be conducting myself all the subjects in GS paper 3. Remember this. Myself, I will be conducting all this 6 subjects I will be teaching. एक तो अभी तो almost पढ़ा भी दिया, economy का, correct, internal security. Actually, I was the one who was taking internal security earlier also, but I am telling you explicitly because most of them are not aware about this fact. I will take complete GS paper 3. Is it clear? Where every topic, subtopic in a decoded way, in a holistic way will be covered with the major emphasis only on one thing, that is PYQs. PYQs and the current issues. Correct? With this PYQs and the current issues, and as per what is the syllabus ka notification, depend upon that, every point will be covered. Right? Within 10 days, if you are covering this, it becomes easy for you to revise. Secondly, what I have taught for this time and what Manju has taught is basically in every class, we'll make sure you write one answer. Because to incorporate all these things which I'm trying to tell you, that after this which I told you about the answer writing, most important thing, right, which I told you just now about this answer writing, to bring all this in limited time is very difficult, where you have to start practicing. You may not have this art. In the class itself, we'll write 2 to 3 answers per day. Out of the 2 to 3 answers, one will be generic, not current affair wala, generic PYQ, and 2 will be current issues. Correct? So in 10 days, you will be writing 30 answers in the class itself, 20 to 30 answers. If you are writing 20 to 30 answers in the class itself, you will develop this art. आपको दिमाग में आने लगेगा. How to use, हाँ sir ऐसा कर रहे हैं. Getting the point. This will be definitely be helpful to you. I hope you understood. So this is all from my side about so-called as basically आपका GS paper 3, how it has to be prepared. This was a very, very general and a more precise, generic, yet precise about how you have to go about the preparation. I took 2 major subjects, internal security and economy. Rest of the 4 will also be done in a similar fashion, in a similar way. But because of time paucity, I am telling you only these 2 subjects. I hope you understood. समझ में आया पूरा detail में हमने किया है. So if you want, last time I will sum it up and then I will end. So for any subject, syllabus, just remember, दिमाग में डाल दो ये syllabus, PYQ, decoding, preparation, basic concepts, analysis, current affair integration, and this. Major mistakes students who are writing this means or who have written in the past and who are not able to score because you misunderstood GS3 as economy. You are not able to manage this 85 days, where in this IBC, in this 10 days, everything will be taken care of, all these things. How? Because I know ऐसे आता है तो इतना ही करना है यार. Correct? Secondly, don't consider GS3 as basic economy. Third, basically and decode all the PYQs. You directly understand because themes are repeated. If you are having already set keywords वगैरह, you can easily reproduce in the answers. Similarly, analysis and the different dimensions to a particular question should be understood. Similarly, we have to revise and write a lot, not just merely memorizing the facts, but we will try to apply it. In this context, we also saw the challenges of the questions, generic, open-ended and interlinked. So to gather that information in that 7 minutes or 9 minutes is a difficult, where we will inculcate that art. Similarly, this limited time में क्या क्या करना है, which I told in what 10 minutes to write this answer. Later, what we focused upon in answer writing, what are the basic components, you have to understand the demand of the question, and then directive words, and also then introduction, body, conclusion में क्या चाहिए, कैसा चाहिए. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now, later what we saw is about the weightage of each and every subject. कौन सा question आता है on the basis of original papers from 21 to 24, right? उसके बाद we saw the syllabus, how to decode, then how to understand each and every topic. Example, Indian economy issues related to planning, mobilization, resources, growth, development and inclusive growth. How this topic is interlinked to the other topics like employment, LPG, वगैरह वगैरह. How you have to include the bar graphs, pie charts from the data from the survey, वगैरह. Along with this, when you are interlinking this to the other topics, you are understanding the demand of the question. Then we are trying to integrate the current issues like basic liquidity, deficit, gross knowledge domestic product, वगैरह. We have to include it with the basic issues. The same will go for the other topics where the questions are also static, plus current affair based questions from each and every topic like state of finances, then basically आपका so called as equalization levy, rationality. Same go for LPG reforms वगैरह. For example, in the recent time, if you consider investment model, in this investment model, FDI, India from year 2000, April 2000 to basically आपका March 2024, in this 24, India for the first time have crossed $1 trillion. तो उसका एनालिसिस करना पड़ेगा, कहाँ पे आया, क्यों आया, हाउ इट इज हेल्पिंग द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वो सब कुछ करेंगे हम लोग यहाँ पे. करेक्ट. देन सिमिलरली इंडस्ट्रीज में देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ द बिल्स व्हिच हैव बीन पास्ड. रेलवेज का क्वेश्चन अभी भी आया था, कवच प्रोजेक्ट. उसके बाद रेलवेज बिल अमेंडमेंट इज देयर, हाउ इट विल बी हेल्पफुल, उसके बारे में पढ़ना पड़ेगा. शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री, राइट. देन इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी, वी हैव डिकोडेड ऑल दिस. In this context, different issues I have tried to tell you how the question will be there and how you have to write the answers, how you have to substantiate the arguments. I hope you got a clear-cut roadmap in your map. Is it clear? Definitely you can prepare this on your own, but it will require more time. The process will be simplified by us because we have been in this for a long period of time and doing all these things for multiple times, and which have yielded successful results. So I hope that this will be helpful for general students also who wants to know how to prepare and what to prepare. Is it clear? I hope this was helpful, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So I hope to see you on 2nd of June for GS paper 2 and 14th on GS paper 3. Thank you, everyone. Now here Manju sir will be continuing. You can take 5 to 10 minutes break. He will continue, right? In another 5 to 10 minutes. Is it clear? Please attend his session also. He will also demystify what is GS paper 2. He is the walking Lakshmikant of Chandra layout. So you'll be knowing about him. He also provides each and every point. No, I'm not trying to tell him because I have seen the results. He has also seen my results. That is why we are doing it together. The reason is very simple. He will also give every point, topic and subtopic notes for this, right? So I had a last year ka notes which I had brought for the students had written, but I missed to bring it here. But if possible, I will basically post it on Telegram through which you can go it. Is it clear? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for this. Right. Thank you, everyone. एक मिनट लिखता हूँ.
okay. Okay. Good afternoon all. So by now obviously Ashish sir would have already detailedly discussed about which one, the GS-3 orientation session. So I think by now you would have got a broader idea about how, volume okay na Rahul? Rahul, volume. By now you would have got a broader idea about how we are going to cover the subjects in bridge course and everything. But in general also forget about the course. We'll discuss about what should be the strategy for studying or for preparing GS2 from mains perspective. And so GS3 is done. Let's focus on GS2 now. Now just for your clarity, so how many of you have given prelims this time? Okay, scores range, how many are like in the safe zone that you will be, okay, so what's the score? 87, 97, okay, 90s, okay, then 95, okay, fine, then anybody else in the safe zone? Crossing 100, around 100, okay, C said all of you are safe, okay, fine, then anybody? 95, okay, fine, so then, yeah, few others also might have done. So now first just let me know, so how many are you writing mains for the first time? Mains for the first time, okay, mains for the first time, okay, so repeated mains, I think you got 24 you have written, what is the, okay, 675 you got, 702 was the cutoff, okay, fine. Anybody else writing repeated mains? Yeah. 636 was the score, okay, fine. Anybody else? Okay, so I am just trying to tell, I mean just trying to understand. So what did you guys feel was the challenge that you guys faced in the last mains? Was it your first mains last year? First mains, yeah, what did you feel was a major challenge? Completion of the paper was a challenge, okay. So how many were you able to write? Like out of 20 on an average, some 17, 18? 18, 19, okay. What is your optional? Kannada literature. So how much did you get? At least were you able to complete the paper? Optionally you were able to. Okay, GS including ethics was completion of paper was a problem. Okay, fine. So what did you feel was the, okay, fine, completion of paper was the problem, but why did you feel completion was a little difficult? Fine, obviously it was because if it was your first mains, you would not have got so much time to revise lot, so definitions, articles, argumentations will not be flowing so easily. Then precise notes was not there, correct. Then did you write so many multiple mock tests did you attend? Now like how many were you able to attend? At least each GS like 3-4 papers or like only once, twice, maybe after entire your revision, like when exam was 2-3 weeks, then you started to write answers? No, please sit, please sit. Okay. Okay, but in your mock test you were able to complete the paper. That's a mistake, because if you tell, that will be more genuine. So based on that only we can discuss. Then quality content was not there. Okay. And short, at least some core precise written notes was there. Okay, but how many times had you revised it? 2-3 times. Okay, how many mock tests were you giving? Total 12 tests. Total includes all the GS4, I mean all 4 GS papers. That means on an average 3 papers, let's say, or including essay you're telling. Okay, fine. Anybody else? Did you gave mains last year? Okay, I think you gave KS mains. Okay, okay, fine. So actually whatever you told are genuine problems of people who are writing first mains, even sometimes second mains also, or those who have not done the foundation work. What she did is actually very genuine problems of first mainers. Like what first point what she told, not able to complete the paper. Very genuine problem. Now for that, what is the reason? What she told? Sir, I did not have clear handwritten notes. Obviously because she would have focused so much, like let's say 5-6 months, almost at least 4-5 months she would have focused on prelims. So she would not have got time after prelims to make those handwritten notes, or even if she had, that itself would have taken 1.5-2 months. Then how will you revise then? Because for revision it's not so easy. It's not like your prelims like where you have the points from there you have to eliminate. It's not like that. You have to generate the argumentation, you have to generate introductions, automatically your article should flow, judgment should flow, or in your paper 3 as Ashish sir would have told, some other report, something related to Ministry of Home Affairs, this economic survey, this, it doesn't flow so easily if you have not revised multiple times. And so and number of mock tests also is one of the reason. Again, that is also because what? She will be occupied in finishing the syllabus itself, mostly, correct? So like, let me first read something about this point, let me read about something this point. So automatically time management would have been a very, very huge challenge. So considering, let us say for example, at least some 10, 15 or let's say at least 10 will be writing mains here this time. So first point what you have to do is, so you have to be very cautious about that, what, let's say around 80 days is left now, it's already been a week of prelims, so let's say 80 days is left for mains. So within 80 days, by 1 month or let's say maximum 40 days, you should be ready with entire notes and revision and everything. So that next 40 days completely you can give for what? Every day you have to revise, every day you have to write. If you do that, that means you will have a very, very good chance. Those who are writing first mains, I am telling. Those like let's say 2-3 people who have already given once or twice, so they already know what are those mistakes. Now they will be knowing like what to do, what not to do and all those things. For them it's an advantage, relative advantage. I'm sure. Now the other ones, like let's say for example, a lot of you maybe you might be in 60s or 70s or something like that in the scores. Yes, I understand genuinely that you would have put a lot of effort, maybe it might be your first or second or third depending on the number of attempts. But let us say for example, if you don't prepare for mains now, then what will happen? Whatever she faced like last year or whatever he might have faced last year, same problem when you write next year mains also, you are going to face the same problem. For simple reason, main syllabus is not going to change, the challenge is not going to change. Obviously, if in case we start thinking that anyhow let me first clear prelims, then we'll take care of mains, like the same problem you're just postponing, you're not addressing it. So that's why what I'm genuinely trying to say is that those who are rating this mains, or those if in case you are not rating this mains also because of whatsoever reason also, make sure that those who are not rating this mains till December focus completely on mains preparation. When I say focus completely on mains preparation, you should have at least let's say content to write 15 marker answer for any kind of subtopic in the syllabus. Remember always, syllabus and PVQs are the only reference, they are the only gold mine. Any institution question papers, any institution for that matter, it's only and only for practice. The more and more you are very well aware of which one, syllabus, every keyword, it's not like generally understanding, okay, GS-2 consists of polity, governance, social justice, not like that. Each and every keywords like, okay, they have given words like historical underpinnings, evolution, basic structure, significant feature, those keywords you should be aware. Because normally they try to ask questions related to that only. Prelims is not like that. If you look at the prelim syllabus, there is nothing like broader syllabus itself. They just mention some 7-8 points in which they tell Indian issues related to Indian polity and governance. But what is not there? What do you mean by Indian polity and governance? Where is the clarity? But GS-2 syllabus is not like that. We are going to discuss that in detail. By now you would have got a broader idea about how GS-3 syllabus in detail is there, how they try to link each and every syllabus, sometimes interlinking between multiple subtopics of the same GS-3 syllabus, all those things. So that is very, very important. Please, whenever you prepare for mains, make sure that you keep mains copy with you. Each and every keyword should be literally on your fingertips. Not only syllabus, plus the moment someone says, okay, what kind of questions are they asking from historical underpinnings or constitution related, you should be like, okay, fundamental rights is the most important. On fundamental rights, UPSC has normally focused on so and so. Article 21 is most famously repeated. Or Supreme Court judgments related to, you might have seen, we'll discuss that now. So all those are continuously they keep repeating. DPSP is not a very favorite topic for UPSC in mains. The only major topic they have touched is UCC. I'll show you that. Fundamental duty is not a favorite topic for UPSC in mains. Only once they have touched, that's so it's a very, very broad. Preamble, not a favorite topic in mains. Preamble is a favorite topic in prelims, if you recall. Remember, like almost 4 years continuously they used to ask on what do you understand by negative liberty, positive liberty, the most appropriate definition of liberty, all those things. But preamble is not favorite topic in mains. Emergency, state relation, not a favorite topic. Federalism, very, very favorite topic. Parliament, the most favorite topic. Supreme Court, always. Panchayat Raj, always. Supreme Court landmark judgments, every single year you will get that. So executive, not very favorite, like parliament related, president related, all those things, council of ministers, or for that matter PM. As far as I recall, there is no one single question directly on PM. President they have asked about the pardoning power, we'll get into the details of that. And so same way election, one of the very favorite topic. Election plus we'll combine, election plus RP Act we'll look into, I will take it as one group. So that way you should be aware, because only if you are aware about those details, you will be like, okay fine, I am ready for mains now. If you only broadly know and then whatever magazines available you read from that, then you are just falling behind content. And we obviously know over dumping of the content is the major problem of you guys. Some 4-5 years back, searching for content was problem. Now for you, over dumping. Too many websites, plus ChatGPT, plus Gemini, plus Meta, everywhere you can read. It's an advantage also in a way, it's a challenge also in a way, because it's very easy to get diverted. Fine? Okay, broadly keep that in mind. Now let's go to GS syllabus in detail. First I'll clarify, just to understand broadly, how does the marks get distributed over a period of 2013 to, as I told, we'll follow first, just to overall in the session what we'll do. First we'll look at the syllabus, then related PYQs, broader core themes. From that, what kind of answers can we generate from that broadly, and then what are the major current affairs issues which are in news, at least from 1.5 to 2 years. We have made a list, and then I'll show you how handwritten notes has to be there so that you can use it for your last time revisions. Understood? Okay, fine. Now if you look at it, as I told, let's say broader division if you do, polity and constitution part, on an average I am telling, you will get 125 marks itself, means 50% is from polity part itself. Then you will have the governance part. Every year it is like 110 marker, 115 marker, that means 25. Last year it was an exception, if you have seen, they asked 210 marker, 115 marker, that means how much? 35 marks last year. So, but very rare, on an average I am telling, based on 2013 to 2024. Then you will have the social justice part, that is also more or less every year you will have fixed, approximately 50 marks. 215 marker, 210 markers. Then you will have the IR part, which is again on an average, if you have seen, 50 marks. 215 marker, 210 marker. This is a broader distribution of the, marks with respect to the 4 broader categories of syllabus. But this is not enough for us. So what we have to do then? Now we have to get into the polity part in detailed discussion. Fine. Now let's look at the first one. Yeah, please keep noting it down, just don't sit, because at least you should have a broader idea about all the details about it. First note down the syllabus subtopic. Look at the keywords that is mentioned in the syllabus. They have clearly told, of course, it's related to the constitution. One keyword is historical underpinnings. Means largely you can take it as what? You remember Regulating Act 1773 to 1947 Indian Independence Act. But it is not a favorite topic of UPSC. Which one? Historical underpinnings is not favorite topic. That's whatever is there in your Lakshmikant in the beginning. Normally it's not favorite topic for mains. Evolution also not a very favorite topic. The favorite topic is what? Features, amendments, provisions, basic structure. Within that, broadly you can divide into the major areas are as I have identified, as I told you now, fundamental rights, DPSP, 1 year they have asked a question on preamble, and then 1 year they have asked a question on emergency, financial emergency. Basic structure multiple times they have asked. Now what kind of questions have they asked on fundamental rights then? Because broadly about fundamental rights means what you study in your typical Lakshmikant, that kind of questions they don't ask. Obviously they will make it more interpretative. How? Just look at it. So this is your again 2024 question, very favorite topic of UPSC. Probably this is third time they are asking on right to privacy itself. Right to privacy, intrinsic to life and personal liberty and inherently protected under Article 21 of the Constitution. Remember that same Article 21, you observe how many times we will repeat Article 21 in this subtopic itself. Explain. Obviously that means that's your Puttaswamy judgment, that broadly you have to explain. We all know how Supreme Court interpreted it, how it made it as part of Article 21, the triple test, everything. We'll write the answers, but not now. First let's go to the understanding of the syllabus. Till here is your first subtopic, first subpart 1. Then comes here, in this reference, discuss the law relating to DNA testing of the child. So because DNA testing also, there was a bill which was being discussed from the last 2-3 years, if you are aware about it, of the child in the womb to establish its paternity. Means in broader way there, what they are trying to ask is, do you think if you conduct the DNA test of the fetus, is the right to privacy of the fetus being violated or not? Or is the right to privacy of the mother being violated or not? But what if you want to test the paternity? What is the procedure? What are the Supreme Court judgments? Do you have any specific act related to that? So based on that, because one case was being heard in, I think once in Delhi High Court and then probably the Allahabad High Court, they made this broader question. So this is your very favorite topic. Look how many times Article 21 gets repeated. Look at this again, because that year you had the landmark Supreme Court judgment. Puttaswamy judgment came in 2017. Examine the word they have used is what here? Scope. In general, if you write about Puttaswamy judgment, it doesn't work. You have to write about what specifically? Scope part you have to address. What do you mean by scope? Means what? Because of the case Puttaswamy judgment, do you think the scope of fundamental rights will increase further? Of course it will increase. If you recall, Article 21 itself is the most broadly interpreted article of Constitution. Recall that within the Golden Triangle, which one? Menaka Gandhi case, 14, 19, 21. 21 is the most broadly interpreted article. Within 21, right to privacy is more broadly interpreted. Because right to privacy, now what all will it include, as Supreme Court itself has told? Right to choice, right to which one? Right to dress, right to food, right to be forgotten, right against digital surveillance, right for reproductive rights of women, right to bodily autonomy. Now they are also talking about right to abortion, right to personality. If you have heard, last year Delhi High Court told one. Imagine to what extent it gets spread. That's what is what? Examine the scope of fundamental rights in the light of the latest judgment of Supreme Court on right to privacy. Now what you have to counter it also. Okay, fine, you are telling that because of this the scope gets broadened, agreed. Historical context also, if it is a 15 marker, you have to write about what? That Ambedkar had argued in the Constituent Assembly itself that right to privacy should be what? Fundamental right. But then the Constituent Assembly did not accept it. Then later in one of the judgment, if you have heard, Karak Singh case, Supreme Court said right to privacy should not be a fundamental right. Means it's not part of fundamental right. Now in Puttaswamy judgment, they have told it should be. Now the counterpoint what you have to generate is what? If you examine the scope of right to privacy or fundamental right to that extent, then what will happen to the, or what will be the conflict between fundamental rights and, let's say, national security? Let us say, for example, to conduct surveys. How will you collect the people, data of people? Remember, Aadhaar itself was questioned based on that why are you collecting the fingerprints and iris? Last year, if you recall, Bihar census, that also was questioned saying, why are you collecting the cash-related data of people? National security. Let's say if government wants to go through the whatever, remember Project Netra, like that, so many things are there. Then how will you tackle terrorisms? National security issues. Or income tax authorities wants to collect some private information, but right to privacy issue is coming. Then how will you address or tackle the issues of tax evasion, tax avoidance, all those things? Those are all big challenges. So hence it is getting very, very difficult, or it will get very difficult considering the way right to privacy will broaden. That perspective you need to have. Of course, depending on that, you can compare with what? Remember European Union General Data Protection Regime. So what is the scope there? What is the scope here? That broader perspective you need. So that means again, link to which article right to privacy means? Of course 21. Now again look at it. Yeah, right to privacy is intrinsic, not this one. Enormous, okay, because this is with respect to which one? Right to life and personal liberty. Again the same aspect. I think part of it is missing. We'll discuss that later. But again, look at the same article. Obviously, when you say right to life and personal liberty is the same, Article 21, which is the question related to progressive society. Okay. This is broader one, but look at the other two. Where are those other two? Yeah, look at this. Right to clean environment. Entail legal regulations, whatever, burning crackers during Diwali, same thing again, Article 21. This you leave it, this you leave, this is emergency related, Ka Panchayats. But we had other two, maybe we have added that under your, remember that Supreme Court had told the 2023 two other questions were there with respect to constitutionalization of the gender justice. I'll just read out the question if in case you have forgotten. In 2021, not 2021, 2023, gender justice, how Supreme Court has given broader interpretation of gender justice, the constitutional provisions and case laws related to that. 2022 was what? Constitutionalization of the environmental problems by Supreme Court. Remember, right to clean environment, MC Mehta case, and then Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum case was there, sustainable development, which on this Bhopal gas tragedy case, limited liability principle changed to absolute liability principle. So polluter pays principle was another case was there. So all those are constitutionalization of the environmental problems by Supreme Court, again Article 21. 23, gender justice. Recall your gender justice, which one? You can read the women angle also, transgender angle, which one? Of course, Nalsa case, the transgender declares as the third gender, and obviously you have to treat them as the backward classes, all the welfare measures they should get. Another one, of course, related to that, Navtesh Singh Johar case, right to gender identity is part of Article 21. See how many times Article 21 gets repeated. That means that is our most important focus. So that means once, first what you have to derive from here? What you have to derive is that, just to understand broadly, within this, fundamental rights is the most important part for us. Within this, what is the most important part? Article 21 and how is it being interpreted is very, very important for us. If you leave out this, they will sometimes ask about your 14 or sometimes 19 clause 1 subclause A. These are our most important focus. Few others are there that we'll again discuss under your probable question. I'll tell you under your current affairs aspect. Just to look at freedom of speech and expression, look at it. See, this is very famous question. What do you understand by freedom of speech and expression? Subpart 1. Does it cover hate speech also? Subpart 2. Why do you think films in India are treated on slightly different plane? Discuss subpart 3. So 3 subparts are there and all the subparts you need to address separately. Remember last year also there was an issue in which Supreme Court told that we need a detailed act to tackle hate speech, current affairs. Chances of getting hate speech question getting repeated is very, very less, but we should discuss about that. Then section 66A, if you recall, which one? Which Singhal? Shreya Singhal case, the landmark case. Section 66A declared unconstitutional for violation of 19 clause 1 subclause A. You can also link it to Supreme Court judgment because that year you had the judgment, so you got that question. But a very, very famous one. This we told. This is under DPSP then. As I told, the only question that is asked under DPSP till now, which is what? The very famous, which even this year it has been in news regularly from the last 2-3 years. Of course, we'll write as the mains topic. By now, you'll be aware about obviously the content part. But this is one of the very, very favorite expected topic again this year. Understood? UCC right from constitutional debates till here you have to discuss about that. Then only question that is asked on preamble till now. Which one? Discuss each adjective attached to the word republic. Whatever you have. Got it right? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic. Attached to the word republic. Then you don't have to discuss which one then. You don't have to discuss equality, liberty, because I am clearly telling you each adjective attached to the word republic, you should only focus on that. You don't have to focus on equality, liberty, all those things. They are not asking that. Then the second part they are asking is what? Are they defendable in the present circumstances? And I have already told you multiple times, even in classes also, if you are OGP students, you should always and always support the government, support the constitution in your mains as well as interview. Fine, even in your, most of the times I keep telling that, never bring your the Hindu attitude in mains. So that is not allowed, not allowed, it is actually rejected. You are going to become a civil servant, please think that way, that I keep telling always and always. Don't have a journalist mindset, even if you have it, don't reflect it in your mains answers and interview. Always a civil servant attitude. If you identify some problems also, what you have to do? You should have a constructive criticism. And again a civil servant attribute is what? You should not just identify the problem. If you identify, what you need to do then? Suggest solution. Just identifying, living it is not the attitude of a civil servant. Come up with solution. One or other, at least suggest you have to. And in conclusion, what you have to always be? In conclusion, you should have to always be as optimistic as possible, irrespective of whatever the challenges are. So if you are very negative in your conclusion, that will easily take a what do you call as this impact that will easily have an impact on your answers. Half a mark will get reduced if you are negative in your overall tone of the answer. Whatever criticism, you have to be constructive. Clear? That will write. When the more and more answers you will write, you will understand that. This another basic question. Again, just for your clarity, even in mains, what UPSC does, from each and every syllabus, not each and every syllabus subtopic, from each paper, at least 2 to 3 questions will be from very, very basics, which you normally study in your Lakshmikant, they will ask that. But very direct question, normally 2, sometimes 3, like this kind of question. Your typical Lakshmikant question, look at it. Under what circumstances financial emergency can be proclaimed and what are the consequences? Direct question. There is no interpretation, there is no linkages to the current affairs, no Supreme Court judgments, nothing. Then this was in news that year, that's why they asked, this is not a theme. This is not a theme. Theme is what we identified. Fundamental rights is a theme. Within that, what is the theme? Article 21 is a theme. If you leave Article 21, freedom of speech and expression is a theme. If not, Article 14 sometimes. Others, we are not saying they can't ask, but multiple Supreme Court judgments also are related to that only. We'll look at the current affairs, we'll get an idea. Understood? Then DPSP, the only thing they have is what? UCC. If they leave out UCC, the other thing is what? Which is your basics. What discuss the evolution or explain the evolution of the conflict between fundamental rights and DPSP. Recall your Champakam Dorairajan case, and then Golaknath case, and then 24th Amendment, 25th Amendment, Keshwananda Bharti case, Minerva Mills case, Doctrine of Harmony. That's again a very basic. Chances of that being asked is less because there is no current affairs angle, there is no interpretation. So they have to stick to UCC only then. Or they may make anything broad, but there is no very less scope. Fundamental duties, very less scope. They are still not asked, look at it. No specific question on fundamental duties till now. Understood? Yeah, so because when you read Lakshmikant for mains, that's a different way of reading. It is not written from mains perspective. Then this one is very favorite topic. Which one? Parliament's power to amend the constitution is limited power, cannot be enlarged into absolute power. Explain whether Parliament under 368 can destroy basic structure by expanding its. In other words, under 368, can Parliament try and, which one? Try and amend and try to destroy the basic structure or not? Obvious answer is no, it's not possible. You have to write about the basic structure, how it evolved, what is the importance, how it tries to limit the Parliament's power. And remember, limited power of the Parliament itself is what? Basic structure, and you can't just change it. And if you try to avoid this, independence of judiciary you are violating. That itself is again basic structure. And who is the ultimate interpreter of constitution and guardian of constitution? Supreme Court. How will you compromise the Supreme Court's power itself? Not allowed. You should have that kind of broader understanding. Basic structure I don't have to tell. Very core theme always. Again this one, constitutional morality. Always again related to broadly your article 368 itself or amendment of constitution. Deeply rooted in constitution and is founded on its essential facets. Explain the doctrine with the help of relevant. If try to recall, even in your normal class also, I keep talking about it. Recently also it was in news. In 2-3 cases Supreme Court referred to constitutional morality. What are the major cases you have till now? Now, yeah, exactly. One is Navteej Singh Johar case, in which Supreme Court said that what? Constitutional morality will prevail over social morality. Sabrimala case, Supreme Court said constitutional morality will prevail over customary or traditional morality. NCT Delhi versus Union of India case, Supreme Court said that yeah, in a democracy, especially parliamentary system, we agree that elected representatives are supreme. Means Supreme Court said that CM of Delhi will get ultimate power in decision making with respect to Delhi. But what Supreme Court said? CM and LG should not keep fighting for their superiority. Both should uphold constitutional morality. And when you write this, you have to mandatorily mention what Ambedkar spoke about constitutional morality in the Constituent Assembly. And how did he define, if you recall? He said that you can have the best constitution in the world, but its success depends on what? To what extent people are following the values and principles of the constitution in their day-to-day life. And that is what he says is what? Constitutional morality. And especially he expects that people in power should uphold constitutional morality, or else constitution will not succeed. And recently, why is it in news? Remember which one? This recent, the Tamil Nadu governor case, which is a very favorite, everybody by now will be aware about it. When the Supreme Court directly granted what? assent to the 10 bills. That too is what? Look at it, two issues are there in the Supreme Court, I mean in the governor case. One is governor issue, second one is what? Article 142. How can Supreme Court directly give the assent? Recall article, exactly, article 142. Supreme Court can issue any direction or decree or order to do complete justice with respect to any matter pending before it. Any matter means what? Literally any matter. It's the interpretation is left to Supreme Court. Twice or thrice article 142 was in news. Recall last year, Chandigarh mayor election issue, recall that? So there was some controversy, directly they recounted the votes and declared a new mayor, article 142. Before that, Rajiv Gandhi convicts, directly Perari Valan case, Supreme Court released them directly, even though the mercy petition was pending, 142. So continuously it is in news. In a way related to that, recently also they referred to constitutional morality in that. Means for Tamil Nadu governor, Supreme Court said what? That the Tamil Nadu governor should have upheld what? Constitutional morality. He is trying to misinterpret the constitution was the keywords. In a way related to your basic structure, though they have not mentioned the word, Supreme Court keeps a check on the arbitrary power of the parliament in amending constitution. Of course, you need to bring basic structure reference again. This is kind of not exactly in news, but every time one or other issue will be there. Recall this with respect to what? Need for creating smaller states in India or new states in India. Again last year, Bill Pradesh was in news. The Bill tribes were demanding that Uttar Pradesh, so obviously from at least 10-20 years, Uttar Pradesh has to be divided into 4, continuously in news related to that. Because that year they asked, look at the year, because what you had? Andhra Pradesh State Reorganization Bill, Telangana issue. Many state governments further bifurcate geographical areas into districts and talukas, whatever. Can it be justified that more number of smaller states would bring effective governance? But the key point is what? If you don't link those smaller states to governance largely, that means your answer will again lose the relevance. You can't just write need for small states challenges. Everywhere what you have to link it to? Will it lead to better governance or not? That is the point that you need to address. That's why each and every keyword you need to identify. If you identify only one broader keyword and only address that, you are only addressing the demand of the question superficially. So demand matters the most. Fine? Yeah. Then this is your second broader subtopic under your syllabus. Now just note down once. Not a very favorite topic in mains. Separation of power. You can broadly mention like that. Only few questions are there. Now what are those questions? Mention the separation of power, it's fine. One is this. Do you think constitution is not based on strict separation of power, but on what? Ours is not based on strict separation of powers, ours is based on checks and balances. Obviously, yes. There are so many points, I'll just broadly tell. You know that obviously India doesn't follow strict separation. Supreme Court in Ram Javaya case, in Indira Gandhi case also has told, we don't follow strict separation. What we follow? Flexible separation of power. That is in a way checks and balances. And we know that how judiciary will check executive and legislature, how legislature will check executive, how executive will check what do you call as this, how political executive will check permanent executive, triple chain of accountability aspect, all those words broadly you have to mention. And checks and balances itself is what? Basic structure. And here you have to keep referring to the term called as what? Recall the basics. That the entire constitution is based on the principle of constitutionalism, means what? Limited power. All those you have to keep referring. Because remember, nowadays if you have seen, people are scoring 120 plus also, 115 plus also in your GS-2. GS-1 and 3 is getting difficult. You might have observed the scores of even the toppers. 2 even above 120 a very high chance. Of course, you might have seen so many students also have got 120 plus, even those who are part of the same bridge course also. Ethics, where you have the scope, even 130 plus, even 140 plus also you have scope in ethics. We never know. Of course, they might be scaling it also. That's why GS-2, GS-3 is getting difficult. That all we can't help. Next year they may scale GS-1 or GS-2 or GS-4, or they may increase the scores of GS-3 also. Anything is possible. See, ultimately remember, it's the, what do you call this, ultimately mains itself is what? Reference game. In other words, if everybody is getting 80, you have to get what? 85, 90, 5 to 10 marks minimum you have to get more. In GS2, 100 is the average. If you complete all the questions, 100, 105 like that. That means if you are getting anything like 115, 120, that means you are minimum 10, 15 ahead. That's the game. If ethics average is 120 now, almost 120 is average. If you are getting in 130s or 140s, that means you are 15, 20 marks ahead. That is how you have to look at it. You cannot look at it in an absolute term that, okay, GS3 anyhow I am getting 80s, so let me not focus much, not the game. The game is what? Average is in 70s. If you are getting in 80s means you are already 10 marks ahead there. Or average is 80s, you get 90s, you are already 10 marks ahead. So don't look at it that way that, okay, anyhow it's 90 in GS3, I'll focus on ethics because I'll get 140. Everybody is getting 130s then. So understand the game properly in mains. Clear? Yeah, okay, fine. This one is one. Recall, we keep talking about something called as judicial doctrines. There are so many judicial doctrines which normally doesn't matter much for you, both prelims as well as mains. Doctrine of pith and substance, doctrine of colorable legislation, doctrine of latches, doctrine of ancillary legislation, doctrine of harmonious construction. Doctrine of harmonious construction, people confuse with the Minerva Mills case doctrine of harmony. It's not that. Here harmonious construction means what? When there is conflict between multiple laws, Supreme Court should try to interpret, or judiciary should try to interpret laws in such a way that it should try to make sure that both the laws will get implemented. In other words, Supreme Court should not interpret laws in such a way that if it is A law versus B law, okay, declare B law as unconstitutional, only implement A law, not like that. How we should try to implement? Larger part of both the laws should get implemented. That's why look at it, harmonious construction. If the conflict is between FR and DPSP, Supreme Court should always not give importance to FR. How should they try to do? Try to do in such a way that both the laws, where one is trying to uphold FR, another is trying to uphold DPSP, how can you harmoniously interpret both so that both is implemented? If you try to interpret or give priority to one over other, that means you are not harmoniously interpreting. So understood? That is harmonious construction. For example, the very famous, we'll discuss that in a Kerala education bill also they told, even in a way Minerva Mills also they told, remember FR and DPSP are both what pillars of, two wheels of the same cart. That's in a way harmonious construction, but you should not write only Minerva Mills case. Clear? At that aspect, federal supremacy is obvious, you will understand. Federal supremacy means what? The national government, or you can say the union government will get greater power. In other words, it's referring to what your quasi-federalism, that aspect. Yeah, see, look at it, separation of power, that means is not a very, very favorite topic. Actually, you had somehow another question also. Okay, yeah, fine, that's it. Only 2 questions from your separation of power. That means no need to focus too much on this. People try to dig deep and try to do research on which one? Dispute redressal mechanism, institutions and everything, which is not necessary. It's not a favorite topic. If you look at dispute redressal mechanisms also, you will get like what? Lokpal, Lok Adalat, all those things. Remember Lokpal was a question in your prelims. So, and if you look at one of the way, not always, one of the trait of UPSC is what? Whatever topics are asked in prelims, what they try to do? Sometimes they try to repeat the same topics in your mains also. Not always, I am not telling always, but yeah, they do have the tendency. Fine, so Lokpal question, you may have a chance that it might get repeated, because recall Supreme Court was also looking into the case, if you recall why Lokpal question was in news, that does the Lokpal have the power to inquire into the corruption allegation against High Court judges? PM question was there earlier, High Court judges, and what Supreme Court told? Supreme Court told, not a not like a final judgment, interim order or something they have told, no, High Court judges need not be interpreted or put under the definition of public servants. Hence, in other words, what does that mean? Lokpal cannot inquire into corruption allegation against High Court judges. It is not a final judgment yet, the case is still pending. Maybe that might be the news. I am not telling exactly because you never know, but based on that you can interpret. But I have put all the bodies, any kind of bodies, under separate topic called as bodies. So let's not bring topics of bodies here. Clear? Yeah, okay. That is your SOP. Then third, every year from the last almost till, I'll show you the questions, almost till 2018 or 19, this topic was not even touched by UPSC. In the last few years, more or less every year you have a question on that. Fine. And again, you look at the question and you tell me, because see, if you look at aspect, what are they telling? With other countries, how many countries will you study? Is it practically possible? Indian constitution itself, to study that, imagine how many days you need, how many judgments, how many cases, how many articles, this, that, interpretations. How will you study all the other countries' constitution? So basic theme, what you have to identify, look at the questions, you will get an idea. Last year question, he discussed India as a secular state, compare it with US constitution. Your very simple basics, if you recall, remember two types of federalism, French or Western or negative, Indian or Asian or positive secularism. Doesn't matter much, even if it is US secularism, it's the same. It's a favorite topic. 3 times they have asked the same question. One question, can you recall? What can France learn from Indian secularism? That also was the repeated one. So this is which country then? US. Then look at it. This is 2018, but still, 2 large democracies examine the basic tenets, that is not tenant, a mistake, tenet means principles on which 2 political systems are based. Clear? So India and US then. Again look at another one. What can France learn from Indian constitution's approach to secularism? Whatever you wrote, we discussed here, exactly same question, but they have mentioned it as France here. Nothing changes because French model, US model is broadly Western model of secularism. That means France is one country. Then judicial systems of India and UK seem to be converging as well as diverging, because there was an article that year, I think the Hindu or something, so they have just picked it from there. We'll discuss the answers, don't worry. In your highlight the key points of convergence, means what they are trying to say. That means India and UK judiciary both are having some common what do you call this, characteristics now, means both are converging. In some way both are diverging also. You need to identify that and say, because remember in UK they follow parliamentary sovereignty, they don't have judicial review there, but we have judicial review. They did not have Supreme Court for a long time, now they have established Supreme Court, and they have integrated judiciary, we also have integrated judiciary. So that points we need to broadly mention, we will come to that later. We have judicial activism and all those things, they don't have that. Again look at it, right to equality in US and India. Again look at it, President of India, President of France, that they have not asked anything, elections, because that year I think this was 2023, they have not mentioned there, I think 23 question it was. 22 question, election of India versus election of French president, because just before mains there was election of India's president also, there was election of French president also. So they just asked broader question, compare the elections of President of India with President of France, because remember French follows hybrid system, theirs is a bit different election method. British and India parliamentary sovereignty. India's, because obviously you know India follows what, constitutional supremacy, limited power of parliament. What does Britain follow? Parliamentary sovereignty. Recall, you know, in your basics of Lakshmikant also they have told that according to Professor Dicey, parliamentary sovereignty of Britain includes three broader principles. What is it? That the UK parliament can do anything and everything except make a man a woman and a woman a man. There is no difference between legislative power and constituent power of British parliament, because what they don't have, they don't even have a written constitution, there is no concept called as amendment of constitution. And in UK they don't have judicial review because they follow parliamentary sovereignty. Any act passed by the British parliament cannot be declared unconstitutional by British judiciary. But in India we have constitutional supremacy, so you have to write the differences, because we have a written constitution, federalism, independent judiciary, judicial review, all of that. Fine? Yeah, so if you look at it, you tell me which are the countries they are comparing here. Which one? US, UK, France. There is no way they can ask anything other than that. If they want to ask, they may ask about, we have done those questions, we will discuss. Let's say Canada, they may compare Indian federalism, Canada federalism, what India has borrowed from them, something like that. Or another favorite question which is still pending is judicial appointment procedures in other countries. Because how is India judges appointed in India? How are they appointed in other countries? They may make it broad. In US, in UK, in Canada, like that. Few pointers are there, we need to note them. Other than that, you don't have major scope for any other aspects. That they have to ask a question only on them. That's the theme. They cannot. What do you think they'll ask about India and Russian constitution? They can't, because Russia is not one of the very powerful or one of the successful democracy. They have to compare with democracies only. They cannot compare with other countries. It's not possible. Clear? Or they have to change the complete pattern of asking the question. That is not so easy to be done in mains, because remember in your prelims, 1 year back, 2 year back, what they started? They started 1 statement correct, 2 statement correct. Now this year what they started? 3 statement and then tell that. Those kind of things, I mean, to that level of innovation, in mains chances are less for simple reasons. Syllabus is very, very detailed. They may, I am not saying no, chances are like 5 to 10%. Every year on an average, remember, any GS mains, any optional mains, 2/3 of the questions are repeated from the same theme. So that's why actually mains is the real game, mains is the relatively easy game also, because of the certainty. Prelims is what? Very, very uncertain. Mains is more certain, but challenge is more here, because the reason is you have to remember a lot, you have to write a lot, but they would have told you also, probably Ashish sir, or I am just repeating again, what does UPSC clearly tell in your, which one, GS notification or UPSC notification? The intention of mains is not to test your memory or information. What is it? It is to test, yeah, exactly, it is to test your intellectual traits. It is to test your analytical ability. It is to test your ability to take a stand on conflicting socio-economic issue. So not merely facts, not merely memory. Of course you need them to substantiate your argument. But remember, even yesterday I think Vinay sir was talking about it. So as of now what has happened, analysis, argumentation matters the most. You cannot just keep telling Niti Aayog, World Bank. So you cannot keep on saying only that. Or not like just only mentioning Supreme Court case. What do you have to write? What did Supreme Court use? The logic you have to mention. Like for example, remember Justice Chandrachud has described basic structure as North Star of Indian Constitution. Justice Chandrachud has described that right to dissent is what? Safety valve of Indian democracy. That statements you need. Ambedkar had described constitutional morality as so and so. Ambedkar has described CAG as that. Argumentations and statements we need. Not only saying Navtej Singh Johar doesn't work. You have to write the statement like what? Constitutional morality will prevail over social, that statement you need. Lord Acton says so and so. James Madison had said so and so about judicial activism. If you don't write the arguments and you just write the case, what do the evaluator feel? Okay, you have by heart read it, that's why you have written it there. You don't have the hold on the topic. So they need the hold. They need to know that you have a very strong analytical ability. That is how the game is going towards. Because for simple reason, every serious candidate is able to generate the what? Facts and pointers. Because if you have notes, you will generate. Are you able to bring with your which one? Originality, creativity, argumentations? That's where you stand out. Clear? Okay, fine. That's what we'll keep focusing on that. This is one broader aspect. Now this is with respect to your, as I have done it as PYQ group 1, PYQ group, where is it? Group 2. Which is obviously another very, very favorite, as I keep telling. Which one? Legislature. Within that, it's not state legislature which is favorite. We are just favorite. Parliament is very, very favorite. Within that, not the entire parliament. Because remember, in parliament we keep studying so many things. Term of Rajya Sabha, this of all those things. You can't ask a mains question on that. There are some areas where they can ask mains question. You look at the PYQ, you will only tell me what are the major PYQ aspects. You look at this, we'll come to that later. I'll tell you that why they have asked that. Look, this first is major theme area under parliament. Which one what? Parliamentary committee, very favorite topic of UPSC in parliament. Explain the structure of parliamentary committee system. And then how far have specifically they have asked about whom? Recall, very basics. What are your financial committees means? Public Accounts Committee, Estimates Committee, Undertakings Committee. Helped in institutionalization of Indian Parliament. That's favorite topic. See how many times they repeat about committees then. First let's talk about committees, then we'll come back. Look at this again. Why do you think committees are considered to be useful for parliamentary work? Discuss the role of Estimates Committee specifically. Fine. Question is on committee only. Second part they asked about which one? Estimate. First part you have to talk about broader committee, importance of parliamentary committees, significance. It's a very favorite topic. Again another one, I think another time also they have asked about it. Broadly, even if you look at this also, you can also refer to committees here, because look at the question. To what extent in your view Parliament is able to ensure accountability? Article 75 clause 3, collective responsibility of Council of Ministers to House of People is the question. Within that obviously you can write about question hour, 0 hour, adjournment motions, no confidence motion, committees also. Councils, again look at this. Do you think department related parliamentary, see, one is financial committee 1 year, next year 1 year estimates committee, this another year departmental committees, but ultimately it is more or less points will overlap only. Department related parliamentary standing committees keep the administration on its toes. That's a very favorite topic. Then another favorite topic, keep looking at it. Look at this question. Once a speaker, always a speaker. Which country's model? UK. Do you think the practice should be adopted? Whatever, if you look at it. That means the question is broadly on whom? Speaker. Correct? Look at the same theme again. Do you discuss the role of presiding officers of state legislature in maintaining order, impartiality? That means same. Speaker of Lok Sabha became Speaker of State Legislature, that's it. Again look at it. Discuss the role of Vice President of India as the Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. That means what? Same exactly 3 years, exact same question. Nothing changes. But 1 year they made us more broader, once a speaker, always a speaker. So UK model you have to refer. So presiding officer is another major theme. Last year also Deputy Speaker controversy was there. So one or other time speaker issues will always be there. Remember last year, few months back, so what Rajya Sabha tried to do? Rajya Sabha tried to remove Vice President. Jagdeep Dhankar removal they tried, right? Of course it did not succeed, but they tried. Again Vice President controversy. But whatever, presiding officer is the second theme. What is the first theme we told? Parliamentary committee is the first theme. Now look at another theme. This one you look at it. Individual parliamentarians' role is on a decline. Means overall the question is about what? Decline of the parliament is the question. Which in turn whatever they use adversely affected the quality of debates, outcomes and all those things. So decline of parliament is the theme. Please keep noting it down if you don't know. If you have done all these analysis, it's fine then. Now again look at this question. Role of individual MPs as role of individual MPs has diminished over the years. As a result, healthy debates on exactly same pattern can you identify? It's the same question actually. Fine. For if in case you overlook that question, I am just making you go through it again. Look at the question. Individual parliamentarians' role is on decline, which has adversely affected quality of debates and their outcome. Reread this question. Role of individual MPs has diminished. As a result, again what? Healthy constructive debates are not usually witnessed. How far can you attribute this to? Specifically they have linked to which one? The anti-defection law. In your prelims, if you have seen 2 questions they have asked on anti-defection law. Because from the last 3-4 years, we all know Maharashtra issue, before that Karnataka issue, and then Rajasthan issue, and then Madhya Pradesh issue, Manipur issue, multiple times it was in news. So this year they asked 2 questions. They have not asked a specific broader question on anti-defection law till now in mains. This is the only reference. That too they have linked it to parliament decline. That's another one. Yeah, then another one, not directly, but you can indirectly link the same question also. Look at this. Rajya Sabha has been transformed from a useless stepney tire to the most useful supporting organ. So that means overall about parliament, either decline or something, they have told Rajya Sabha, but here they have told it in a positive way, that earlier it was a useless stepney tire, now what it has become. But of course, you can highlight the loopholes also, that how Rajya Sabha has functioned well. You might have heard that they tried to introduce a lot of bills like transgender, rights of transgenders bill. So they tried to defend states' interest in GS-2 bill, in land acquisition bill. They have blocked a lot of bills which has gone to joint sitting like dowry prohibition bill, POTA bill. And so they discuss the issues in detail. For example, farm bill, surrogacy bill, data protection bill. Relatively, quality of MPs is much better. The number of days they function is relatively more. Number of questions they ask is relatively more. However, the loopholes, because they are trying to bypass Rajya Sabha using money bill. Rajya Sabha has no role in budget. Nominated MPs quality has come down. Rajya Sabha is famously, positively you can describe Rajya Sabha as what? The house for balancing what? Federal equilibrium. Means they protect the state interest. The house of elders, house of healthy discussions. Negatively, what is it described as? It's a secondary chamber, blocking chamber, although and house of fallen horses. They are all negative criticisms. Those who get repeated goes there, all of that aspect. Broadly, all of that you need to mention here. This is Rajya Sabha angle, means largely parliamentary decline. Now another theme. This we have done, right? Okay. This one, very basic question, doesn't get repeated, so you can't take it as a theme. As I told, in any major, any paper, 1 or 2 questions or sometimes 3 will be what? Very, very basics. Like remember financial emergency question, this is that question. Indian Constitution has provisions for holding joint sitting, Article 108. Enumerate the occasions, also mentions reasons thereof. Reasons thereof means what? Why few bills are allowed joint sitting, why few bills are not allowed joint sitting. That reasons you need to mention. Normally, students will focus still here. The moment they look at it, what will they feel? That's a typical, oh fine, at least now I got a direct Lakshmikant question. Start with 108, directly write the basics, which is true, but if you miss out on with reasons thereof, at least 1 mark, half a mark is gone. That reasons you need to mention. That's why the first trait of what, like how you do it in prelims. The moment you read mains questions, what you have to do? All the keywords identify and identify the subparts. If you don't identify the keywords and subparts, one or other way you will miss out on either a keyword you will miss or subpart will miss. That's the most important first thing that we need to do. This one again in news very largely, you tell me. Last year, even last year also I kept telling that it will be a mains question, but unfortunately UPSC did not ask that. What is the question related to? Codification of parliamentary privileges, Article 105, Article 194. Last year you had a landmark judgment, which one? Huh? Yeah, JMM bribery case, officially called, JMM is a famous name, officially called as what? PV Narasimha Rao case 1998, in which in 1998 Supreme Court had told that you cannot register a corruption case against MPs with respect to their speech or voting on the floor of the House. Last year what Supreme Court reversed it by a 7 judgment and told you can register a corruption case against them. Understood? It's a landmark judgment actually. That's why last year also we expected that this question will continue. I mean we'll be asked again, because in India parliamentary privileges are what? Not codified yet. No one specific law till now. But this year also it's a theme, but it's not a very repeated topic. Current affairs angle I am telling. Narasimha Rao judgment. Okay, 1 year Rajya Sabha we saw, another year what? Legislative Council. Directly they are asking you 169, 171. Explain the constitutional provisions under which they are created. 169. Recall, State Assembly has to pass a resolution by special majority. absolute majority and 2 by 3 present and voting. When it goes to parliament, they have to pass it by simple majority, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Establishment, 171, composition, recall 1/3, and then 112, 112, 16. That one basic you need to write. In addition, review the working and current status, means critically analyze the functioning of legislative councils, because that year it was in controversy. If you recall, from the last 4 or 5 years, West Bengal has asked that they want a council, but Andhra Pradesh had demanded that they don't want a council. Odisha demanded they want a council. So because of that, broadly they made this question. Not very recent, 3-4 years back. This one we touched, yeah. So that means you tell me what are the major themes under your parliament chapter. Committees, very important. Parliamentary decline, very important. And presiding officers. These three are repeated themes. Then it depends on the current affairs. So many are there in news, we'll discuss that. But Rajya Sabha is very, very favorite again. Though it's not a very repeated. Rajya Sabha, very high chances, one or other way. And then of course you had the new parliament building now. You have one nation, one election, which you can put under election also. You had women's reservation. Remember, specific question on women reservation they have still not asked in your mains. So that is chances of very high women's reservation. One nation, one election, the last year also they have asked, we'll show that. But chances again, delimitation, very, very important issue pending. Article 182, Article 170, multiple times. They have last year they asked a prelims question on delimitation commission. Mains, very often repeated one. I mean not repeated, very highly in news, very high chances. Delimitation, one nation, one election, women reservation. Clear? Few other left out areas are what? Broader question of need for parliamentary reforms in India. They have still not touched that very broad question. Parliamentary sovereignty they have touched, that we have not put it here, we have put it under comparison of Indian constitution with that of other countries. Fine. Parliament every year 2 question fix, no change at all. Minimum 2, sometimes it can be 3 also. Constitution aspect, the first topic we saw, every year 2 question fix. One is fundamental rights, fix anything they ask. They should ask a question on fundamental rights. Impossible not to ask. Right? Then election. Last year we saw, I don't have to tell, imagine how many times have we studied in current affairs. Which one? Electoral reforms as a broader theme. Broader theme under election, first you write electoral reforms. That's the most broad theme. And next theme is what? Reforms related to ECI specifically. Or either ECI suggesting reform or reforms within ECI. Very favorite theme. Of course, in the now the current affairs angle, which I don't have to tell, last year also they touched one nation, one election. Then it depends on which issue is in controversy, because remember last year controversy, not controversy exactly, Anup Baranwal case, election commission, selection committee, parliament has already passed an act that is there. This again look at it, election commission's role in the light of evolution of, they linked it to MCC. But election commission is the very hot, actually election commission, few people if you look at the subcategorization, they put it under bodies. I have put election commission under election as a broader theme. Though UPSC in the syllabus has not mentioned election as a theme, but you find a lot of topics, that's why we have made it as election as a theme. Then EVM controversy, I don't have to tell every year. This year you can't expect a EVM issue, but broader issue of elections, electoral reforms, election commission, one nation, one election. Simultaneous election, again repeat, but that was in 2017. Then reforms suggested by election commission, but broadly it is what again? Electoral reforms. There are still few pending areas. Because of the electoral bonds issue, remember last year Supreme Court declared electoral bonds as unconstitutional. If you take that as a link, then what is the broader question? What are the provisions related to electoral funding in India? Means on how is electoral funds happening? Does RP Act talk about it? Does Companies Act talk about it? Does FCRA, Foreign Contribution Regulation Act talk about it? What electoral reforms will you suggest, or what reforms will you suggest in the electoral funding, so that you maintain transparency in it? That's a very broad theme which is pending still. And then few issues were there, not very broad. Remember last year election commission told that we'll create a, what do you call as this, a solution so that the migrants can vote, remote voting. That's not a very broader theme, but we'll discuss that, all of that under your current affairs angle. Then this is not a theme, but 1 year. Indian party system is passing through a transition. which looks through paradoxes. Don't worry, not a theme. Theme is what for us election? Electoral reforms, Election Commission of India. Electoral funding is not a theme, and the which one? Reforms within Election Commission of India also. One is function of Election Commission, second is what? Reforms within Election Commission. See, that question they have still not touched. Reforms within means what? There was no, they don't have selection committee. Okay, now that is done. But that also is a kind of controversial aspect. And what they don't have? Their expenses are not part of charge expenditure. They don't have the power to deregister political parties. There is no one specific detailed act to talk about their powers. They talk about ECI Act is there, but powers, everything is not detailedly mentioned. Scope of 324 is not clearly mentioned. And election commissioner, chief election commissioner has security of tenure, but who doesn't? Other two election commissioners don't have security of tenure. So earlier they used to have not a secretariat also, but now they have it. Now all these are few reforms within Election Commission of India. That is a very favorite topic which is still pending. So yeah. Then RP Act. You look at it, you will only tell what is a theme. For a long time they did not touch. In the recent years they are asking. So what is the theme? What are the modes of disqualification under RP Act? Then remedies available. Again look at it. And then specifically they asked section 123, corrupt practices. Yeah, 3 questions you have. That means what is the theme here? What is the theme of under RP Act? What are the methods of disqualification under RP Act? Recall this even in your Parliament chapter also we discuss. Minimum 2 years you are convicted in any case, you have not submitted your election expenses, involved in any electoral corrupt practices, that is section 123, Indira Gandhi versus Rajanarayan kind of cases, or you have not, you are interested in government contracts or services, or dismissed from government service based on corruption, or convicted of any social crimes like sati, dowry, untouchability. Then the concept of election petition. Within how many days can you file? Within 45 days you can file. Within 6 months, those aspects they are asking. Very favorite one. Another ways, there are 2-3 areas which they can ask still, which is broader aspect if you make it as disqualification. What is the effectiveness, or do you think RP Act has been effective in tackling the problem of criminalization of politics in India? You remember recently also ADR released a report saying criminalization of politics is the highest ever. It has reached how much? 44% now. Earlier it was 36, then 42, now it is 44. Means it's kept on increasing. Then what is the impact of RP Act on that then? Or another theme which is pending is what? Comparison between RP Act 1950 and 1951. What is the provisions of that? What is the provisions of this? Some areas are there which are pending. So that we'll discuss again. Yeah, other than that, you don't have any scope in RP Act 1951, and every year you don't have a question because look at it, 22, 20, 2019. So last year I think you did not have a question on this. Yeah, you don't have a question on that. Sir, how these subjects? Obviously we will cover, so because we have done it from the last 3-4 years, so within 10 days, maximum 12 days, entire GS, entire means one GS paper will cover. Of course, related current affairs topics also we have to do. That's how the procedure is. Fine. You'll get to know that. You can attend 1 or 2 classes if you want. Then you decide. This is subtopic 2. Broader theme I have made it as. This is related to which one? Another favorite topic. Federalism. You look at the questions, you will only tell me the themes. Fine? Yeah, so look at the questions. Very broad question 2024. What changes has the government of India recently introduced in center-state relations? Suggest measures to be adopted to build the trust between, in other words, what they are telling, what measures they have already taken, what else do you want to improve cooperative federalism? Of course, you can write about what all, Niti Aayog, you can write, what do you call as this, 41% vertical devolution, you can write, or which one, as GS-3 you can write, rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes you can write, so many are there, panchayat devolutions you can write, all those ones are measures which are already been taken. This is first part. Then second part is what? Suggest measures to be adopted to build the trust. What else can be suggested? Fine. Obviously what? The devolution, vertical devolution can be increased. Horizontal devolution formula we can bring some changes so that the south and western states which have performed well can be accommodated. Panchayat devolutions we can improve. Fine. Even in GST council compensation issues we can address. Like that so many are there. Or let's say misuse of the role of governor, that can be addressed better. All of that you can come up with the measures. If this is more broader, then that will come to that. This will look at under bodies. Look at this. Factors responsible. Specifically what they have told? One is legal, political. For the reduced frequency of using 356 means, obviously we know that article 356 has not been, almost you can say now it has gone out of use. Understood? But if you, okay, well, we'll come to that statement later. Now what they are telling? Tell what are the legal and political factors that has led to its reduced misuse. Obviously political factors are what? Political factors. Now regional parties are more powerful. So, and obviously coalition governments will come. It's not so easy to just remove them. Judiciary is more proactive. SR Bommai case, legal aspects. And obviously limitations are too much now. That aspects you need to mention one after the other. You have to separate it as legal factors and 3-4, then political factors 3-4, and then way forward. Sarkariya Commission, Punchi Commission, all of that you need to keep mentioning about that. Again look at this. Indian Constitution exhibits, because of the COVID year they asked this question, centralizing tendencies to maintain unity and integrity, elucidate in the perspective of Epidemic Diseases Act, Disaster Management Act and recently passed Farm Acts. You recall first COVID, all the things were in use. Epidemic Diseases Act to tackle COVID, Disaster Management Act of course to tackle the same aspect, farm bills they passed, recall, which led to the farmers protest, everything. Centralizing tendency, the core theme is centralizing. You look at this again. Fine. Finance Commission will come to that later. So that means the core favorite topic under federalism is what? Center state, within center state relation, types of federalism. Within that more specifically, what? Strong center is a very favorite theme. Strong center, cooperative federalism. These two are very favorite themes in federalism. One is quasi-federalism, second one is cooperative federalism. Remember, even in your basics also we discussed that some types of federalism which are still UPSC are still not touched. Fiscal federalism, they have not touched. In a different way they have touched it. And which one? Bargaining federalism, they have not still touched. And most important, asymmetric federalism, you recall that? So asymmetric federalism, example, 370, 371, so 5th schedule, 6th schedule, so many are there, that also they have still not touched. But this is a favorite theme. Fiscal federalism, they have touched it in a different way, like this. Recommendations of, which one? Finance Commission enable the states to improve their fiscal position. This is fiscal federalism only, but specifically about whom? Finance Commission. See, 14th Finance Commission question. Then look at before that. How is the Finance Commission constituted? What do you know about the recently constituted? This one actually was 15th Finance Commission. Now last year what you had? 16th Finance Commission has been constituted, headed by Arvind Panagaria. They have still not given the report, agreed, but again every year you will have that as a theme. Another one, which broadly they linked, which obviously was in news a lot. GS-T, 101st Amendment, to what extent does it reflect accommodative spirit of federalism? So, two major theme or three major theme. One is strong center, second is cooperative federalism, third is finance commission. These three are the favorite themes under your federalism subtopic. Clear? Rest all, they keep asking broader question, but doesn't matter much. Like see, this year, 1 year they asked about what? Yeah, if you want other one, Delhi, LG of Delhi versus CM of Delhi, very favorite theme. 69th constitutional amendment. Because I think twice they have asked the same question. 370 you leave out. But this is not a theme. This one again, as I told, which one? Cooperative federalism. Again look at this here. Constitution leans in favor of strong center. This was that year, this is not a theme, don't worry. 1 year they asked this because that year Kaveri issue was there. So the question was on. Not a favorite theme, doesn't repeat every year unless you have some controversy or something related to those interstate water disputes. This year you don't have. From some 2-3 years back, interstate water disputes amendment bill they introduced. It's been introduced long time back, but they re-amended and introduced. Hence it was we are expecting in 22-23. This year it is nowhere in use. But okay, we'll broadly discuss it. No need to, we don't have to skip it. That's your federalism topic. Then local body question. Again, very, very favorite themes are there. You look at it and tell me what are the themes. Role of local bodies, then what? Good governance. Fine. And bring out the one subtopic they added, one sub-theme. Pros and cons of merging rural local bodies with urban local bodies. Do you think you want to merge panchayats with municipalities? If yes, why? If not, why? Of course, it's not so easy to merge because rural areas and urban areas needs itself will be different. The population demography will be different. The facilities you need to provide will be different. Fine. But yeah, what they are trying to say is that if you merge, the reason why they are trying to say is merge was the ideas of, remember, Pura, provision of urban amenities in rural areas, that kind of things will improve. And of course, because in India cities expand horizontally, urban areas, rural areas will keep merging over a period of time. Considering that they are coming up with that kind of question, but the better stand is what? There is no need to merge. What should be done? We need to empower both. Merging is not the solution. Whatever, the answer wise we will discuss later, but that is merging aspect is a new aspect they asked, this one. But analysis of the functioning of panchayats, just imagine how many times they keep asking. To what extent in your opinion has decentralization changed the governance landscape? Look at this first theme here again, first part. Local bodies, good governance. Local bodies, governance. Clear? Then again look at it. Broader way they make, but to the strength and sustenance of local institution has shifted from functions, functionaries and funds to the contemporary stage of what? They added a new term, functionality. Remember in Panchayat they keep telling very famous problem of what? The problem of 3 F's, funds, functions, functionaries. They added a new term called as what here? Functionality. Not something what very analytical. Functionality means what? Function plus ability. Earlier the problem was what? The problem was that the panchayats used to argue that the states are not even giving the functions to us. Remember 29 functions in 11th schedule, 18 functions in 12th schedule. Devolution is not happening. But now the problem what they have identified is what? Even if they devolve it, what the panchayats don't have? They don't have the ability to implement it. Because the ability again depends on what? Ability again depends on what? Let's say they gave the function to you, that okay, you take care of the primary education, primary healthcare, all those things. You don't have the funds, what will you do? You don't have good officers working for you, what will you do then? Or you don't have the capacity building of the elected representatives, what will you do then? Understood? That is, functionality is a new problem, but ultimately again, The question is about what? Critically analyze the functioning of local bodies. Either 1 year they'll ask about what? Local body and governance. 1 year they'll ask functionality. 1 year they'll ask women angle, that I'll show you that women and reservation. Women reservation, local body. That's also a very favorite theme. Look at it. Reservation of the seats for women has had only what? Limited impact on the patriarchal character of Indian political process. Means overall the question is, what is the significance or limitations of women reservation in local bodies? That's the theme. First theme is what? Local body and governance or effectiveness of local bodies. Second theme is what? Women reservation in local bodies. Again look at the same question. In that year they had asked repeated words. Okay. Assess the importance of panchayats as part of local government. Apart from this year they asked about fund. Apart from government grants, what sources can panchayats look out for? This is about funds, finances of panchayats. So 3-4 themes only you have. They have to ask only around that. Either they ask about effectiveness, either they should ask about women angle, either they should ask about finance angle, or 1 year they asked about, see, under local bodies, their favorite area is what? Panchayats. That means which is neglected. Urban local body is neglected. Only one question, we'll see that. Again, next one, local governance has not, I don't have to repeat, you tell me the look of the question. Local bodies govern, especially panchayats. Again read the question. In the absence of a well-educated, organized local level governance system, panchayats and samitis have remained mainly political institution. Repeat. If you know that broader angle of panchayats, you just have to go repeat the points there. Automatically you will save at least 1 minute because you know the definition, what should be there. I mean, introduction, significance, you know, examples, you know, articles, you know, negatives, you know, way forward, you know. Just go repeat, you can repeat there. Only here they touched about urban local bodies. States seem to be reluctant to empower urban local bodies both functionally and financially. But larger points will remain same only because both face what? More or less similar problems. Few specific ones related to urban local bodies you have to tell. Not a very favorite theme, only one question, but anytime they can ask. Just as a current affairs angle, remember in Karnataka, Greater Bangalore Authority Bill, that angle, just telling, it's because from UPSC perspective, it doesn't matter much, but you never know. And another aspect, last year CAG released a report in which they told that urban local bodies, that municipalities have very high percentage of corruptions. They have released a report, we'll discuss it as a current affairs topic. That you can become a theme. Clear? Okay, fine. So that is your panchayats and federalism. Now let's look at another group. This is what is the PVQ analysis. If you have very high, you can easily what bring it down. Okay, where should I focus? Where should I not focus? This is what? Executive means I have taken it as president, governor. (2024) question. Growth of cabinet has practically resulted in marginalization of parliamentary supremacy. Means, do you think because cabinet is becoming powerful, parliament's role is being declined? Of course, in a way, yes only. Because obviously what will happen? Cabinet will taking all the decisions, collective responsibility is violated, where is the checks and balances, you start using more and more ordinances. So all those will get affected. Dominance of ruling party in the Lok Sabha, so obviously bypassing of Rajya Sabha. So many aspects are there. Of course, it has an advantage also. If cabinet is strong, the advantage is what? Quick decision making, Fine, yeah, stability also will be there. Quick decision making is another one. Accountability is there. At least if something fails, you can tell who is accountable for all of that. Now this theme, in a way, cabinet aspect, again look at the same question. Look at this. See, 2014 that was asked. Exactly 10 years later, cabinet question. Not that every year they'll repeat, but if you look at the theme, it is there. Size of the cabinet should be as big as government work justifies and as big as PM can manage. How far the efficiency of government is inversely related to size of cabinet. Means the question here what they are asking, do you think if you have a small cabinet it is more effective, or do you think big cabinet is more effective? What does it depend on? This year they asked, last year they asked about what? Do you think the more and more cabinet becomes powerful, what gets affected? Role of parliament gets affected. So question is on what? The theme then under executive. Cabinet is the theme, or council of ministers is the theme. Either they can ask about size, or they can ask about next year or this year they may ask about cabinet committee's role. You never know, but about overall cabinet aspect. Clear? Yeah, another theme is what? Not exactly theme, one question, which is what? President's pardoning power, Article 72. Delay in commuting death sentences has come under public debate about that. If you take a broader theme out of that, the question is what? About the death penalty itself, if they can ask. Because that question is pending for a long time. Directly about death penalty, you don't have a question till now. But so many cases are there, we all know that. This year, if you have seen, it's a prelims question also. Can you recall that? In prelims that asked, pardoning power. Is it subjected to limited judicial review? All those things they have asked. Maruram case is there, and then Ipuru Sudhakar case is there, and the very famous, remember, rarest of rare, which one? Bachchan Singh case, Machi Singh case, Shatrughan Chauhan case, like that, so many are there. Those are all. If you take a broader theme of pardoning power. Another question, very direct, I don't even have to tell, look at the question. Simple basics, as I keep telling, one of the basic questions. Conditions for exercise of legislative power by governor, legality of repromulgation of. Actually, ordinance is a theme, very favorite theme of UPSC. One or other way they keep asking. Whenever you get ordinance question, as I keep telling, 3 cases you have to mandatorily mention. Which one? R.C. Cooper case, the ordinance subjected to judicial review. D.C. Wadhwa case, repromulgation of ordinance is unconstitutional. Krishna Kumar case, ordinance is not an extraordinary power. Ordinance is a power which should be used in extraordinary circumstance. Every ordinance should go through legislative scrutiny. Without mentioning those 3 cases, you can never write an ordinance related question in UPSC. Impossible. Any arguments you give, they don't find these 3 judgments, half a mark or 1 mark, 100% will be reduced. Fine, how can you write basic structure answer without referring to at least Keshananda Bharati case? Can you refer? It's impossible. How can you write a question on right to privacy without referring to case Puttaswamy? Sir, I have better arguments. Agreed. But without referring to case Puttaswamy judgment, how are you going to write a right to privacy question in GS-2 means that too? Maybe somewhere in ethics, if you don't mention Puttaswamy also fine, because that's not expected there. GS-2 you have to. Language, wordings matter a lot. So especially that's one of the biggest challenge, because most of us don't come from legal backgrounds, right? That word should get repeated. For lawyers the challenge is what? They'll make it look like typical Supreme Court judgment. That's a problem, because the more and more very legal if you make, remember Supreme Court advocates will not come and correct your answer. So you should reuse those keywords, but make it very balanced, like your NCERT language, how you have NCERT polity related chapters, it's like that. Fine. So executive related this is. Then executive not very favorite, very few question. This one I don't even have to tell how favorite topic is judiciary, everybody knows. Within judiciary you will only identify the themes, favorite themes. Public interest litigation, or if you make it more broader aspect of public interest litigation is what? Judicial activism. Very broader theme, very easy. Every year they keep repeating. You just look at the PYQs, you will understand how many times I have asked. This you look at later. Look at this. judicial legislation is antithetical to separation of powers. Fine. Judicial activism, PIL. This is okay, we'll leave it that. This is a very basic question. Now this one, as I told, Delhi issue. Look at this. Ordinance is a theme. Fine. Okay, they have linked it to some other aspect, but question is again on judicial activism. Now that is first favorite theme, judicial activism, PIL. Kind of second theme. It depends on the judgments. Look at it. What was this IR Colo case? Again broadly related to judicial review, judicial activism, all those things. Again the judgment in fourth judge's case, 99th constitutional amendment and NJSC Act both declared unconstitutional. That question. So this, as I told, 69th amendment continuously in news. Now recently what they are trying to do, they are trying to make it a little different. They are not directly asking on activism. See, 1 year 2023 basic question. Remember in your Lakshmikant also you have independence of judiciary. Constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence is prerequisite of democracy. Whatever 10 points recall, appointment, what do you call this, appointment of judges, security of tenure, fixed service condition, charge expenditure, contempt of court power, recall all of them, basics, appointment, I mean freedom to appoint its own staff, that basics only. But you need to link it to how is it a prerequisite of democracy, means why judicial independence is one of the foundation pillars of democracy. Sure, that is independence of judiciary itself is basic structure. Now see, this in the recent 1 or 2 years, they are trying to touch about this aspect. Which one? Means not directly on Supreme Court, they are trying to touch which one? Arbitration, conciliation, NALSA, these aspects. Because look at this question, last year's question. Look at this. Explain and distinguish between. So in the recent years, 1 or 2 years, the issue that they are trying to touch is what? Alternative dispute resolution. You can also include which one? From Supreme Court, they are shifting to ADR plus tribunals. So that's another theme you can identify based on the last 2 to 3 years. So ADR itself is a topic, still pending. Tribunal itself is a topic. 1 year they have asked. We will discuss it under your quasi judicial body. But both combinedly is a very favorite theme under judiciary now. Right? Then remember this year again you had Justice Yashwant Verma issue. Cash found. What about judicial inquiries? Impeachment of, I mean not impeachment, you have to use the term removal of judges. That's a broader theme. If you leave out that, Supreme Court, so many judgments are there. Article 142, as I told, is there. So continuously that is always there. I don't have to discuss. Judicial reform is there. Use of artificial intelligence in judiciary is there. Fine. And now not very important, the concept of regional national courts of appeal. So should we establish benches of Supreme Court across country? That is also pending. Fine. Judicial pendency. See, judicial pendency itself they have not still asked. Pendency of cases, 4.7 crore cases you have in Indian judiciary. What are the reasons? What is the effect? What is the way forward? Or broader theme of judicial reforms, bail reforms. Those are so many cases are, so many issues are pending actually in judiciary, but somehow they are still not touched. They are only asking about judicial activism, 1 year on judicial appointment, another year on judicial, which one, as I just now told, independence. Now, because this year if you recall 21-22, lot of women judges were appointed. Based on that they asked this, desirability of greater representation of women in judiciary. Not a theme, that year it was in news, they asked it. Clear? Yeah, I think you have got to know what are the major theme areas in your judiciary aspect. Then, okay, this is executive and judiciary. Now the final one, which is which one? bodies and acts. Because remember, 4 types of bodies you have, or at least 3: constitutional, statutory, executive, regulatory, quasi judicial. But not everything they keep asking. You look at it, you will only tell me what are the major institutions that has been focused. Obviously, I don't have to tell how many times CAG gets repeated. Look at it. This is one last year. Duty of CAG is not merely legality of expenditure, but also its propriety. 1 year CAG question. Next year, 2018, CAG has a very vital role to play. Explain how this is reflected in whatever appointment is that. Again about CAG. Next, exercise of CAG powers in relation to the accounts is derived from 149. Discuss whether or whatever. So CAG is the most favorite theme. Election Commission of India also, but we have put Election Commission of India under election. Finance Commission also, but Finance Commission we have put under again federalism. But still Finance Commission, few other questions are there. Okay, that is one. This is another one. Look at it. Another favorite theme. I'll show you that. Fine. Very favorite theme. Another favorite theme. Let them ask any question on either NHRC or NCW or NCM, National Commission on Minority, any national commission, NCSC, NCST, NCBC, there is a pattern to write. Any time you can write that. Have you observed the functions of NCSC? What will they tell? Inquire into the constitutional legal safeguards provided for SC. Then they will study about the practical implementation of the safeguards. Then suggest measures to the government to improve the safeguards or welfare of SC. Then any violation of the rights of SC they will inquire. Then they will have the powers of a civil court. They can give any orders, any compensation. However, their orders are not binding. And they will cooperate with multiple other agencies to protect the rights of SC. Fine. Then what they'll do? They'll release annual reports. They'll publish the reports to President. President will put it in Parliament. Then they will conduct these awareness campaigns. They'll release the magazines, this, that related to SC. This is SC. Let's say the question is on ST. What do? Replace SC by ST. Sir, what if question is on NC women, National Commission on Women? Replace SC by women. Minority, replace minority by women. That's it. Loopholes, whatever it is. If it is a constitutional body like National Commission on Women or National NHRC, what do you tell? It should be given a constitutional status because it is statutory body now. 2 is what? Most of the reports are not binding. What is the solution? It should be made binding. Most of them don't have a selection panel. Give a selection panel. Most of them don't have autonomy, financial autonomy, functional autonomy, operational autonomy, human resource autonomy. What do? Give them that autonomy. So this is a very favorite theme, and most of them have overlapping of jurisdiction. Overlapping means what? Same function. Let's say some human rights violation of of a women belonging to ST category is there. Now who will look into it? Should NHRC look into it, or should NCST look into it, or should NCW look into it? Because she is a woman belonging to scheduled tribe, and let's say something related to rape or sexual harassment is there, human right. Who should look into the matter? Is what you have the problem now. Overlapping of jurisdiction because of multiple human rights related agencies. So for that, they have also asked a question on that. Do you think merger of human rights, merger of the bodies under NHRC is the solution? Now whatever, the National Commission is continuously, they keep asking. Another one, we'll discuss that, I'll show you that. Okay, wait. This is NHRC, NCW, CAG we told. So NHRC, favorite theme. Then see another year. So National Commission on Women, National Commission on Backward Class, National Human Rights Commissions. National Commission is that continuously they keep asking. CAG I have told you already. Another, this is not a theme, but 1 year they have asked which question? Because continuously in use. This year you might expect, though not, the chances are less, Enforcement Directorate, ED regularly will have it in controversies. NIA issue is there, but we have to see that. That's not a favorite theme also. This one. Last year it was in very highly in news, everybody knows. Competition Commission of India versus Google, Competition Commission of India versus I think Reliance versus Amazon issue was going on, and then Competition Commission of India had penalized some other company also for violation. Competition Commission of India's role. Recall, this is under broader theme called as what this is? Regulatory bodies. Right, then quasi judicial body means what again? Tribunal. Tribunal in the recent years is a very favorite theme. You can put it under judiciary or you can put it under what? Bodies. It's a very favorite theme, tribunals. Rest obviously I don't have to tell how important is what. Did you observe that? 13th Finance Commission they have asked, 14th Finance Commission they have asked, 15th Finance Commission terms of reference they have asked. Now the only left out is what now? 16th Finance. Every Finance Commission there is a question. In the last 10 years, 4 Finance Commissions. This is not in news, I mean not in the news, it doesn't matter much because that year there was some controversy with respect to Rail Tariff Authority they asked. But there is another one theme. This is with respect to regulatory bodies. If you look at the question and you tell me the theme. Product diversification of financial institutions and insurance companies has led to, I have already told you that keyword. This was the overlap between. So overlapping of jurisdiction is always a problem. Remember, merger of telecom companies, like for example, few years back you had which one? I think which one got merged? Vodafone got no, not Vodafone. Idea got merged with Vodafone. Now the issue was what? I had tried. Telecom Regulatory Authority of India told it is related to telecom. We'll look into it. Competition Commission of India told it's related to monopoly. We will look into it. Bank merger. Recall, Government of India merged a lot of banks. Bank merger because it's related to banks. Who will tell it's my issue? RBI said it's my issue, but it's related to what? Monopoly. Then who said it is my issue? Competition Commission of India said, I will look into it. So that problem of overlapping of jurisdiction between the regulatory bodies, always a problem. Clear? That year, I mean very long back, almost 10-12 years back, SEBI versus IRDA. CCI versus TRI, CCI versus RBI, CCI versus SEBI. There are so many controversies. SEBI is in use, recall, because remember SEBI and PSE, last year there was a use. Public Accounts Committee had invited or had summoned SEBI chief to come and answer, and she did not go and attend the meeting. So that was a huge controversy. So two theme, SEBI also is a theme, Public Accounts Committee, any which way they can ask, whatever, that is one. Then this year it was in news, they asked it, Public Examination Act 2024, bills and news. Very favorite bill which every year I am expecting is what? Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. For some reason UPS still not touched it. You still can easily expect it. They have asked that question in GS-3 if you have seen, but in GS-2 as an act they have still not asked. Recall, the data fiduciary, data localization, data sovereignty, data mirroring, so many are there. But they have data protection authority, but some more they have not asked the question on that. Women reservation is there, but that you can put it under parliament also, that you can put it under act also. Another kind of controversial, the Waqf bill. So as expecting a question on that, not so easy because kind of controversy, but you never know, they can ask also. Because controversial question, and earlier they never used to ask, but now they do ask openly. Fine, again that year it was in news. Remember they changed the way of appointments of commissioners and chief commissioners, chief information commissioners, RTA Act. Long back, Arbitration Conciliation Act, not a theme, don't worry. So under acts, So that means acts is not a very favorite theme. They have not asked regularly questions on acts. If in case it is highly in use, they may try to touch it. This is your polity part. What are the themes, how they keep on asking the same every more or less year. With small changes, you have to link it to the current affairs aspect. Fine. Yeah, I'll just sum up quickly the governance aspects, because so that you get a broader idea. Very favorite theme under governance. Almost every year they are asking now. Which one? E-governance. Every year, look at it, 2024 you had a question. 2020, 21, 22, 23. From the last 5-6 years, 2019 also, 2018 also. Every year you have a question on e-governance. Broadly the theme is same. What do you mean by e-governance? Do you think e-governance will contribute to better governance? What are the limitations? More or less broadly. But one keyword they keep asking. See, 1 year they asked about e-governance is not only about utilization of power of technology, it is about whatever they asked what? Use value of information. Means it's not about using ICT. What do you have to do? How are you making use of the data collected to identify the pattern? Data analysis kind of a question. Identify the patterns and how do you make use of that for better? That is the e-governance one aspect. We'll do the answers, don't worry. Another year they asked, this is more broader. ICT projects usually suffers from certain limitations of ICT. Identify the factors, suggest the measure. I told you, you should know about e-governance definition, components. Remember G to G, G to C, G to B, G to E. That one, what are the major initiatives? And still one question is pending. Pending in the sense e-governance and Digital India, the Digital India program. That broadly they have still not linked. But okay, fine. Look at the another one. E-governance is a critical tool of governance. Whatever it is, look at again. This is inadequacies. What is this? Vital factors, or suffers means what? Obviously limitations. Reforming delivery system through DBT is a progressive measure, but limitations. Has digital illiteracy, particularly in rural areas, whatever it is, means do you think because of the digital illiteracy in rural areas, ICT or e-governance is not able to achieve its goal? In other words, challenges, limitations. 2020 they linked it to what? Fourth industrial revolution. Means you have to, when you write this, you have to link it to what? Artificial intelligence, the precision agriculture, drones, Internet of Things, cryptocurrency, whatever those things you have to link. Yeah, 2024 question. Interactive service model. You might have seen famously now everybody is telling look at it because they have mentioned the word. They have mentioned the term. They have mentioned the term. Can you see that? They keep repeating the term. E-governance limitation, e-governance model, e-governance application, e-governance potential. Broadly, if you know about that, sir, but how should I prepare for interactive service model? You don't have to prepare for it separately because there are so many models. You know about e-governance broadly. Interactive service model means what? Means two way of digital governance. It's not about just government interacting with citizen. Who should also interact? Citizens should also giving out feedback. That feedback aspect only they are telling. Interactive service model. If you know that, if you just decode that word, automatically answer is the same. Clear? So very favorite. Automatically every year you will get a question. This is e-governance as one of the major theme. Second major one, broader aspect, transparency and accountability. Within that, very favorite, not every year they don't ask, but within this theme, the favorite theme is what? If you have gone through PYQs, That is a favorite theme. There is also a reason, because simple citizens charter keyword is mentioned in syllabus. If you have seen, okay, I think they have missed out on the keyword. If you go through the detailed syllabus, citizens charter keyword is mentioned. RTI keyword is not mentioned. Social audit keyword is not mentioned. That's why there is no single question directly on social audit. They have asked a question on RTI Act. They have not asked a question on RTI. They have asked 3 times question on citizens charter. Look at it. 2024. You read the question, nothing changes. Factors hindering the realization of the promise, measures to overcome. So you should know definition, you should know the principles or key features, importance, limitation, way forward. That is your citizen charter. Again, look at this. It is an ideal instrument for transparency and accountability, but it has again look at this question. Those citizens charter have been formulated whatever so and so. Means again what? Limitations, way forward. This is one theme. Then you don't have theme. This you can put it under, as I told, what? Committee also. Under parliament I told you committee is a theme. There you can also put, because they have used the term accountability, I have put it under your transparency and account. Role of public accounts committee in accountability. Actually you can put it under committee and parliament topic. Yeah, this is more broader. The question is on what? How important is people's participation in improving the governance? Then that year it was in news. In simple terms, it is about what? Corruption, decline of public morality in India. So corruption, we'll discuss that. We'll discuss, I mean, when in the class we'll discuss corruption, how all those things will affect. Remember what they have mentioned here? Legal, political, economic, cultural, social. All the keywords you should address in your question. If you only write what in general causes for corruption or causes for decline in public morality, then you may still address it. But if the evaluator does not find the keywords of legal, political, automatically 1 mark is gone. This is not a theme, but broader theme of this, because it is this. Continuously the issue is in news. What is the issue? Kotak Mahindra panel, sorry, Uday Kotak panel, which one? Narayan Murthy panel, and there was another one also. There is another panel on public, sorry, not public, corporate governance. Last year also continuously fewer other issues were there. Remember, Chanda Kochar ICSA issue was there, Tata Sons issue was there, Narayan Murthy itself issue was there with respect to the what do you call Vishal Sikka versus Narayan Murthy issue. Continuously controversies have always been there on companies. So the issue of what? Corporate governance is a very favorite theme if you have seen in your ethics. In polity it's not a very favorite theme, not in polity, sorry, governance. But the question, the keyword called as corporate governance is also mentioned. You can expect it, though they have not touched the topic for a very long time. Yeah, this is not a very favorite theme again. That year the bill was passed and amended, not passed, amended. That's why they asked a question on what? Whistleblowers Act. This year I feel is a favorite topic again, Lokpal. You can put it under bodies also, because they have touched it to morality, decline of public morality. That's a kind of twice they have repeated it, decline of public morality. Or to be put it more simple, corruption. Then third major syllabus point, role of civil services in democracy. Every year they don't ask, but if you look at it, you will only tell what are the key areas for civil services. Look at this question. Fine. What is the theme? Civil service reforms. Then They have not mentioned the keyword. This is also civil service reforms. Do you think traditional bureaucracy, Weberian bureaucracy has affected socio-economic development? Civil service reforms. Civil service reform. The most important theme, reforms in civil service. Second ARC reports, most importantly. I mean, you don't have to read the report. 1 year they asked this cadre based, that doesn't matter. Last year question. Doctrine of democratic governance makes it necessary that public perception of the integrity and commitment of civil servants is absolutely public perception of the integrity and commitment of civil servants becomes absolutely positive. That means broadly they are talking about what here? Ethics of civil servants. It's a sub-theme under your civil service reforms. They are specifically talking about integrity and commitment of civil servants. Understood? That's what is a corruption angle or superiority angle, elitist mindset, superior, what do you call this, hierarchy aspects, following more to the rules rather than to the goals, not involving people participation. You should link to the keywords of which one? Like a kind of an ethics question. You should link to them. Broadly, if you keep writing about civil service reforms, then you will be diverting from the core demand. Clear? So, under civil service, major theme, civil service reform, which is pending then. Lateral entry in civil service, very, very favorite theme for 3-4 years, regularly would have observed. They have still not asked a question on that. So, it's always expected. Understood? Other than that, you don't have any major ones. So, civil and mission Karma Yogi, recall? National program for capacity building of civil servants. That's a favorite theme pending. I think PM Modi came up with a concept called as Karma Yogi Saptah or something, some kind of concept they have come up with. That's always there. Because they can't go to more specific like training of civil servants, service condition of civil servants. They can't ask such questions here because they look at the subtopic, I mean, look at the words mentioned. It is not about what civil service, what personnel, administration or anything. What is the role? I mean, what is the keyword? Role of civil servants. They should only broadly ask about that one. They can't ask whatever they want. That is one. Then this is what? Pressure group. Very favorite concept. Very favorite theme for UPSC in governance. Look how many times they repeat pressure groups. 1 year the question is on whom? Farmer organization and how they influence policy makers. Look at the same theme. Look at the theme. How business organizations or association contribute to public policy. Farmers association, public policy. Business association, public policy. Or the core theme or broader theme is what? Influence of pressure groups on policy making. Then another one, this is more broader, we'll discuss that. You look at this. How do pressure groups influence Indian political process? Specifically, they have asked impact of this informal pressure groups. How informal? Informal means what? Informal means like for example, what do you call this? Nirbhaya protest, Disha protest, Me Too movement. So our farmers protest, farmers is a kind of organized also, which happen online. Or what do you call this? In Bangalore, what you call it as no steel flyover protests. Everything happens online. Or even they come into the streets, but there is no organization which is leading. There is no leader for the movement. Very short term, they'll come, they'll protest, they'll get the impact, they'll go away. So, do you agree with the view that informal pressure groups have become more powerful than formal? Formal is what? Your formal typically is farmers organization, business, FICCI, what do you call this, association, they are all formal, registered, they have a structure to the organization, they have a leader, they have election process, they have membership fee, every year they'll have a meeting, every quarter they have a meeting, they know if government has to discuss with FICCI, they know whom to discuss with, but here no idea at all. This falls in a broader aspect called as new civil society organization, new CSO, new form of CSOs, they are all. Yeah, that question. Pressure groups is sometimes seen as the informal phase of politics. Assess the structure, functioning of pressure groups. This year they asked about structure. Then 1 year, this is not specifically a theme, but broader question. Contribution of civil society for women's effective participation and representation in state legislature. It is not, they should not have put it in a pressure group. This is under which one? Of course, pressure group is part of civil society, but civil society we have made separate. Pressure group is major theme. Now the next favorite theme of UPSC is what under this one? SHG. Even on SHG, what do they ask? You look at the questions and you tell. Keywords, look at it. Keywords under SHG. Same keywords, you just look at how many times it gets repeated. Microfinance institutions, remember in Karnataka also microfinance institution controversy was there. SHG, microfinance, poverty, rural employment, livelihood, poverty, malnutrition, gender equality. Same old keywords you will have. So what you have to understand, what is the definition of SHG, features of SHG, role of SHG, how do they contribute to all these keywords, criticisms of SHG, way forward of SHG. Other than that, they can't ask anything else. Look at next. Emergence of SHG led to study withdrawal of whatever, examine the role of measures taken by Government of India to promote SHG. Means in what all scheme, remember right from NABARD's very famous SHG bank linkage program, under NRLM scheme they promoted, under integrated watershed management program they supported, in some states to manage these FPS, fair price shops, PDS, for that also they encourage these SHGs. State level we all know, Kudumbashri initiative, or in Maharashtra they call it as what, I mean those are private ones, I mean private means they have done it on their Lijjat Papad Lijjat Papad one. In Maharashtra there is a program called as Mavim. In Karnataka Dharmasthala, Shri Dharmasthala issue, all of that initiatives. But specifically first you should talk about Government of India, then one or two you can mention about states. Then microfinance as an same keywords. Either they have to ask about what, gender equality, anti-poverty, women empowerment, livelihood, income security, malnutrition, same thing. Microfinance and SHG. Look at it again. SHG bank linkage program, NABARDS, proved to be one of the most effective, poverty alleviation, women empowerment. Penetration of SHG in promoting, but specifically this time they asked about the challenges they are facing with respect to what? Socio-cultural, because they function in village areas. So obviously what issues will they have? Yeah, they'll have the issues of patriarchy because it's not so easy to address them. Caste issues will be there, class issues will be there. Those concepts, socio-cultural hurdles. Fine, but SHG is a very favorite theme. So, critically evaluate the functioning of SHG, scrutiny and assessment of the role of SHG. You can't escape, it's the same old theme, don't worry, that is SHG. Then about NGO if they ask, every year they are not asking, but 1 year. Can civil society and NGO present an alternative model of service delivery? It was highly in news because remember, look at the year, means what you had? Second COVID, and if you can recall, a lot of NGOs came forward. They only started to provide what? Vaccine kits, food kits. So for the migrants who are literally walking, for them they gave the shelter. Fine, those are what you call as. How do you think you can use NGO as an alternative model of public service delivery? Means to give education, health, nutrition or sanitation or drinking water, jobs. Do you think they can only provide? Yeah, they can provide, we are not saying no, but always what is the stand that you have to take? Remember, you cannot replace the state because these are NGOs. Means first point, what they don't have? They don't have an obligation to provide services to the people. State has an obligation because state is what? Elected by the people, or government is elected by the people. State is a permanent institution. These are all what? Some NGO might be there today, next year they may not get fund. So where is that? That itself is a problem. Where, what is it? Continuity of the funds. State can reach out to nook and corners of the country because they have a structure, they have the officers. What is the guarantee that where will civil society reach out? So state is a legitimate institution. NGOs might misuse their money. Remember the allegations against NGOs that they are funded by some anti-national agencies, that they are supporting Naxal activities, this, that, whatever, so many controversies. Where is the accountability for them? So what is the stand that you have to take? State should be the major actor. What the state can do? They can take the help of civil society and NGO, but what you cannot do? You cannot give the role of service delivery to the NGOs. That you can't do. Take their help, that's fine. Clear? That stand you need to take and clearly mention. That's why look at it. Yeah. Whatever, in general broader question, NGOs have not played a crucial role in India. Why? That's a favorite question, civil societies. This is as a, I think twice they have asked this question on which one? Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. You can put it under Act also, but here you can put role of NGOs with respect to which one? Environment. Next, I think twice also they have asked the same question. NGOs and their role in protecting environment. So, under a civil society, which are the two favorite themes for UPSC? One is SHG, another one is pressure group. That means regularly they have not asked questions on which one then? NGO they are not asking question. In the recent 2-3 years, you have another theme. This is the one because you have the keywords mentioned as what? And UPSC had not touched this topic for almost 10 years. Now, look at this. Public charitable trusts have the potential to make India's development more inclusive. Comment. The question is on what? Trust. Trust is what? You have Tata Trust, you have Reliance Trust, you have Azim Premji Foundation, you have Infosys Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Zuckerberg Foundations, or whatever, so many companies. What is their role in India's development? Fine. Do you think you can make use of them largely? That is, of course, there are so many examples. Just now I told you example. That only you need to mention. Trust. Now next year, another year question. Whom? Because look at the syllabus keyword. You have a keyword called as donor. You have keyword called as charity. Look at it. Charitable trust. Look at it. Donor agencies means what? World Bank, Asian Development Bank. Do you think we can depend on them? So what is the advantage? What is the challenge? Charitable trust. What is the role? What is the challenge? Same thing. Because they had not touched those two keywords, they have asked it. 2022 one, last year 24 one. Sir, what if I had not prepared for this topic? Still you can easily answer if you are able to get those examples of, okay, you are talking about trust. Some 3-4 trust example if you get, automatically you can generate the example. Example also you can generate, advantages also you can generate, challenges also. Whatever challenges I told you to with respect to NGOs, can you depend on NGOs for alternate public service delivery? Same points you can generate here. Same points is what? Where are they getting their funds from? Where is the accountability? Can they reach out to all the sections of society? First of all, do they have the what? Obligation. Is it a legitimate institution? What if they misuse their money? Do they have this, what do you call it, this human resource to go and contribute everywhere? We don't know. Always trust whom? Government is the actor. They are all helping the government, not replacing the government. Clear? Yeah, that is one. Though not very favorite topic, the recent years they have not. This is governance. So what all have you mentioned under governance? E-governance, citizens charter, Transparency and accountability is there, but not every year they don't ask question. Pressure group, SHG, NGO not every year, donor not every year, charitable trust not every year, civil services under that, civil service reform, that's the major one. What are the pending under civil service? Lateral entry is pending. Mission Karma Yogi specifically is pending. Yeah, then social justice, you have 4 broad themes, which are measures. Vulnerable section, welfare schemes for vulnerable sections, poverty and hunger, social sector policy, sectoral policy. I'll discuss at least one, look at it. Social policies. And then I'll show you the major current affairs issues which are pending. Yeah, under social sector policies, you can easily divide them into 3. Whatever they have mentioned in syllabus only. Look at it. Education, human resource, they have not diverted from this at all. Health, education, human resource. Look at the questions. Health. Education. Obviously, I don't even have to tell. This is what? Human resource, skill. This is the new way of asking question. What they did here. They know that you will prepare for education, health, skill. Now what they do? Combine. Analyze the linkages between education, skill and employment. This is new pattern of questions. Broader means education, health, everything will come. So every year it is the same pattern, and this again repeat. Repeat means combination. You might have heard that. Water sanitation, because World Bank, WHO came up with that keyword. Water, sanitation, hygiene, related to that. This is vulnerable section, actually they have put it here. Then human resource aspect. Primary education, primary health care. Only 1 year they have asked this question, which one? Within education, because remember you have primary education, secondary education, higher education. But importantly they focus on which one? Primary education, primary health care. These 2 are favorite. You leave out this skill development. These are the 3 specific areas: primary education, primary health care, and then skill development. Or they may, and another broader is what? Demographic dividend. These are the 3-4 areas. You leave out this, what are the other 3 areas which are left out? Higher education reforms. That's one. Recently, which is in news, last year also UGC supported it. Which one? Do you think foreign universities should be allowed to open their institutions in India? Because national education policy also recommends that yes, they should be allowed to open the institution. That is pending. They have still not asked that, foreign universities. This year, 1 year that asked, but this was long back. It's already been 10 years, because post NEP they have not touched it. Higher education reforms they have not touched. Importance of secondary education they have still not touched. Recently also recall, in Kerala also it was in controversy. For which scheme? PM Shri School, Pradhan Mantri Shri Schools, where model schools they want to develop. That was in controversy. I think in West Bengal or Tamil Nadu the controversy was with respect to Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. They have not released funds for both the states. That's the news. NEP, I don't think, I don't have to tell how much. Karnataka says will not implement it, Tamil Nadu has said will not implement it. So all those aspects. Again health. Within health, primary health care. But 1 year what they'll ask, what is the role of private sector in healthcare? Then they'll ask what is the role of technology in healthcare? Then they'll ask what is the role of community in healthcare? So like that they keep on asking. One keyword they keep adding to it. This is not a repeated theme, higher education, but that year there was an IIT IM bill. This one again, midday meals. Midday meals, no need to worry. MDG, health, okay, that's not a theme. So, core themes, I think I have told you that. Primary education, primary healthcare, skill development. Additional themes are what? Yeah, higher education. Within that, foreign education, IIT IM, which is pending. Higher education reform is pending. Another pending issues are what? For example, National Health Policy 2017, specifically they have not still asked. Role of artificial intelligence in healthcare and education, because everywhere you can add that AI theme, that's they have not still touched. So like that few issues will always be there. Some not neglected, you can say. Okay, first what I will do, I will show you the recent current affairs so that you will have a better idea what all is pending. Where is the current affairs? Entry 25 mains. I'll just broadly sum up. So then subtopic wise, under Indian Constitution, the first one, the key subtopics which are pending, current affairs, constitutional morality, because the arrest of a serving Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal arrest, all those things. Then UCC, obviously we know economically weaker sections. 103rd Constitutional Amendment 2019, Janhit Abhiyan case. It's been 2-3 years by the time case came, but because remember UPSC has that tendency, not only this year current affairs, what they'll do, 2-3 years back also they keep going. Hate speech continuously in news. 142, I told you multiple times. Ladakh demanding 6 schedules. 6th schedule specifically they have not asked a question. 5th schedule was a 6th schedule always. Arunachal Pradesh is also demanding it. 9th schedule, remember Bihar government kept on requesting that what? Because they want to give 75%, 80% reservation. So that's why they want to add their law to 9th schedule. They have already asked one question, IR Colo case. But if in case they ask on 9th schedule, again broadly. Emergency, because government is trying to, but they can't ask a question on emergency because it's a controversial one. But these are the specific. If you leave out this, 2-3 other Supreme Court judgments are there. Remember last year one Supreme Court judgment they gave under Article 21, right to be protected against the negative impact of climate change. Ranjit Singh case, that is protection against climate change effect, that is there. Right to personality, Anil Kapoor case, Delhi High Court. Those two are pending, though not very landmark judgments, maybe largely. And then federalism, that's this, I don't have to specify how many times we have discussed, you would have gone through current affairs, Supreme Court, Tamil Nadu governor. And then for panchayats we have two major issues. One, there is something called as Panchayat Development Index in news. Then there is something called as Panchayat Devolution Index. Both are in news. One of the two you can easily expect a question. Panchayat Devolution. And then second one, as we mentioned here, where is it? Panchayat Development Index. Your localization of SDG, that itself can become a question. We will discuss all of them. 370 you can't expect. As I told, urban local body. CAG highlighted deficiency in which one? Performance and governance of urban local bodies. Waqf, we know that. And there is a bill to make it was what? 100 days minimum, because as of now the average number of working days of parliament has come down to 70. That's why they want to increase it to what? At least 100. Yeah, like that. 3 language issue. Remember I told you that Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. So Tamil Nadu has not got those funds. Like that few issues are there. So these broadly if you have them, federalism, citizenship, I don't think they can ask. Cooperative federalism, yes. Special category status in news. SR Bommai 1994, last year 30 years. Not sure. Maybe 2023 itself UPSC asked, maybe 1 year ahead itself they might have asked. Because remember that we saw a question, what are the legal and political factors that has led to reduction or reduce in the misuse of 356. They have already asked it. This one you can't expect one language, but we'll discuss. Coalition government. Coalition government has come back 2024. So what is the advantages of coalition government? What are the challenges? There is a concept called as common minimum program, those aspects. Then special package aspect, demand for new states, continuously one or other issues. Criminalization of politics, one nation, one election you live it, speaker, anti-defection law in news, delegated legislation, fundamental rights, article 16, which one? Subcategorization of SC in Karnataka, they are conducting a survey itself. Or broader aspect, Government of India has also agreed for what? Caste census. So caste census aspect, subcategorization of SC, you can expect. Or subcategorization of OBC, Justice Rohini Commission. So like that, very, very broad. Role of AI in justice, judicial accountability, Justice Yashwant Sinha, NJSC again, gender gap, All India Judicial Services, I forgot to mention that. Supreme Court, overall cases, governor issues, Gram Nyayalayas, RP Act, there is no major issue again, some controversy with respect to exit polls last year. Bodies, Election Commission and Delimitation Commission. That's it, that is polity part. Then some issue related to ASHA workers, 10 years of Swachh Bharat. Remember all 10 years, 2014, 2024. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan 10 years, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao 10 years, Jandan 10 years. So landmark schemes, they are all 10-year schemes. So any scheme can become a question under your welfare schemes for vulnerable sections. See 10 years of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Marital rape you can't expect, not so easy. LGBTQ question, if they want to ask it, that they can become. Death penalties, that's also a pending theme for a long time. World WHO kept on raising the issue of obesity issue, trans fats, public health education, TB, these are all not very important ones. Post Office Act, no, you can't expect. Hunger index, they have already asked, I'll show you that questions. Under trials, recall, because more than 70% of the people are under trials, of the people in jails. So for that, the issue of bail reforms, right to bail is a fundamental right. Bail is a what? Norm. Jail is an exception. That question is also pending for a long time. Or if you make it more broader, prison reform. If you make it more broader, because last year what you had? BNS, criminal laws, criminal justice reform also, BNS, BNSS, BSS, very long pending. Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. I think even in other law, maybe I don't know if they asked the question on that in ethics or not, but GS-2 pending question, that is. Data protection pending question, which one? Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, those are all pending question. Women reservation pending question. UCC you leave it. Delimitation pending question. Landmark issues they have not touched yet. I am just showing you so that then Mission Karma Yogi, lateral entry, I have already summed it up. So these are social justice, polity, governance, which still one or two subtopics were there. And then just to have an idea, okay, I had sent him that, remember, because some students were asking, sir, how to make notes, all those things. So I'll just show you GS-2 until that. This was a student who had made the detailed notes. Means how can you make notes? This is obviously this was made during the classes itself. So, but if you have that more, if you have it like that, automatically you can keep on revising. Any topic you can take, most of the topics we had covered. Like if you take speaker one, see we keep writing answers for PVQ also. So answer for once a speaker, always a speaker. Do you think practice that question? Introduction part. Where does the constitute speaker derives the power from? What is the role in maintaining order and decorum? Functions of speaker. You just put that, you know, that mind map kind of a one. Issues related to office of speaker. I mean, how you can broadly structure. Then because of this, it is suggested to follow once a speaker, always a speaker. Then what is that model? Implications of or implication of robust functioning, how it will impact, then a broader conclusion. UK being the oldest democracy of the world and a parliamentary system has developed various conventions to impact the neutrality to various offices. India needs to learn or take inputs from UK speaker to make it more objective and neutral in its functioning. So this is ideal way, of course, because we will take time and then we will write it. But even if you remember 60-70% of this content, you just have to go put it there. So the advantage of having written notes like this is what? You can revise multiple times, or else remember, you can't go back to again Lakshmikant and read, or some other PDF or something you would have saved. Handwritten notes is very, very helpful. Of course, you can have your digital notes also, like the whatever, Evernote, this, that, whatever. That also, if you are comfortable, you can do that. But whatever you have to do, make sure that one is handwritten notes, two answers for most of the PYQ, at least not for every PYQ. What you have to do? Highlight the themes and have the answers for them. Same content will get repeated. When you say there is a question on speaker, what article I should mention, what is the definition I should say. When the question is on federalism, what should the definition, what is the article, what are the judgments I should have, what are the keywords that I should have. You should have that everything multiple times revise, and it should just, you should go there, put it there. Conclusion, everything you can prefix. Some based on the demand of the question, you should alter it there. Because if you go there and try to generate, what will happen? You don't have the time. So you ask, I mean, those who have given mains, you ask them, or even if you have given test series, you would have also felt that you know the demand, but you are like, how should I start now? What should I write in the definition? I know the demand, but I am not able to generate the arguments. These are the common problems of the first time and second time mains writers, because it's not revised multiple times. If you want to revise, I normally keep taking a triple R formula. The mains depends on revision. Only if you can revise, you can retain. Only you can retain, you can reproduce it on the paper that moment. Because it's all the management of time, right? If you know the content, but how will the evaluator get to know that? Are you able to reflect it on the paper that moment dynamically? That's the challenge. Clear? Yeah, these are broader ones. So what you guys can do, you can use the same approach, you can make the notes on your own, or we'll be starting it from Monday. 1 or 2 classes will be open. You just come and sit, you'll get a broader idea. Then you can decide if you want to, you can follow the same approach and you can do it on your own. Everything is left to you. But especially for those giving this means, my suggestion, don't keep on wasting time if you don't have notes, because it's not so easy to sit and do for each and everything. At least try to finish it off in 10 days. Sure. So please come and attend on Monday and Tuesday. You will get a broader idea about how the things will go on. Rest all, you decide, at least learn the approach. Rest is your aspect. Yeah, thank you. IR part, obviously, so Shashank sir will take care of that, because he will be dealing with all those things in the classes also.